we permitted narcotics. I mean, we were complicitous as a country in narcotics traffic at the same time as we're spending countless dollars in this country to try to get rid of this problem. It's mind-boggling.
The intelligence agencies of this country, by God, should be involved in this battle instead of working with the scum of the earth, which they've been doing. They should be involved in this battle as a crusade for the survival of this country and this hemisphere.
I don't know if we've got the worst intelligence system in the world. I don't know if we've got the best and they knew it all and just overlooked it. But no matter how you look at it, something's wrong. Something is really wrong at it.
I've been spending some time looking at the numbers here of the amount of aid that the Contras were getting at various times, and I come to the conclusion that we're missing something, that there's got to be another source of funding for the Contras other than those which this committee has so far identified. I think there's got to be some other source of funds that meaning this committee has not yet uncovered.
Well, I don't think I can help you there. I don't know of anything else.
I'm not a drug smuggler. I say prove it. Where's the proof?
A gun smuggler?
No. Where's the proof? I'm an aviation consultant. This is another one of their overzealous sting operations. You know, this is not a conviction of drug smuggling. Nobody's ever seen me with drugs, caught me with drugs. I'm not a drug smuggler. I buy and sell airplanes all over the world. I have for years. I make a very good living at it. I come into contact with all sorts of government people from outside the United States and all types of people. Sunday school teachers aren't the only ones that buy airplanes. Dope smugglers buy airplanes. Gun runners buy airplanes. The CIA buys airplanes. Sandinistas buy airplanes. I sell airplanes to people that I don't even know where they're going or what they're going to do with them, just like a car salesman. Going to sell the car to rob the bank. He doesn't know that's where it's going.
That was late 1984, and less than 2 years later, Adler Berryman Seal would be gunned down in his car, turning the myth of Barry Seal into legend. But who really was Barry Seal? His legend has grown enough that acting legends Dennis Hopper played him in the 1991 movie Double Crossed, and more recently Tom Cruise played him in the 2017 movie American Made, which obviously is where the play on titles comes from for this documentary. And I'm pretty sure you'd agree that if Dennis Hopper and Tom Cruise are playing your life role in Hollywood, you must be a somebody. But in Barry Seal's case, he's a somebody that we really know next to nothing about. mostly thanks to the covering up efforts of various institutions and government agencies. So we're going to have a hardcore look at what we do know and see if we can put the pieces of the puzzle together and see if we can connect the legend to the myth, to the man, and hopefully get a much better understanding of exactly who Barry Seal was. And one thing we know for certain about Barry Seal is that he was very much a family-loving man. He had a total of 5 children from 2 of his 3 marriages, and like the magnetic charm that attracted adults to him, from both sides of the law, mind you. Kids also loved Barry Seal for his antics of doing low-level flybys near the schools, as well as giving kids free helicopter rides. When Barry Seal's mother, Mary Lou Seal, passed away in 2005, from her obituary, we can see that Barry Seal had 2 brothers, Benjamin Jr. and Wendell, as well as Barry's 5 children, Barry Jr., Dean, Aaron, Lisa, and Christina. His 3rd wife and widow, Debbie Seal, who had no idea he was a smuggler until his problems started in Florida in 1983, tells us outright that family was the most important thing to Barry Seal.
He was a family man. Everything he did was for us. He had all kinds of dreams. He's the only person I know that lived his dreams. It was the most important thing to him was his family.
And for a man who loved family, Barry Seal sure had a big one, as we can also see that Barry's brothers had a bunch of children that would be Barry's nieces and nephews. And we can see that overall, Barry's mother had 14 great-grandchildren at the time of her passing in 2005, meaning that if Barry Seal had not have been murdered back in 1986, he would have lived to see 14 rugrats growing up calling him either Great Uncle Barry or Grandpa. At any rate, had Barry Seal not been murdered, whatever his future might have held for him, rich or poor, he would have had a fortune and love from such a large family to be sure. Now another thing we know for certain about Barry Seal is that he was a fun-loving rebel right from a young age, and you couldn't help but love the guy. Let's meet Ed Dufford, who first taught Barry Seal how to fly at the age of 15.
Barry was that devil was a fella that you couldn't get angry with. He wouldn't let you get angry with him. He'd do something wrong, and most of the time, everything he did, you know, we had to get on him about it. But he'd just look at you and grin.
And even though that fun-loving, rebellious nature of Barry Seal would land him in various forms of trouble from time to time, he had no intention of ever changing his ways.
You can't sit in Baton Rouge and go to work from 9 to 5 on Monday through Friday and go to the LSU football games on Saturday night and church on Sunday morning and have an exciting life. That may be exciting to 99% of the population, but to me it's not. And the exciting thing in life to me is to get into a life-threatening situation. Now that's exciting. Whether you call it soldier fortune or what, it's a way of life for me. I enjoy it, and I'm going to keep doing it.
Now another thing we know about Barry Seal is that he was not only an expert pilot, but he was one of the best. This is pilot and smuggler Roger Reeves, and we'll meet him a little bit later on, but he tells us about the first time he went flying with Barry Seal in one of Roger Reeves's planes, and he let Barry do the flying. And the audio was a little hard to hear, but he says Barry asked him if he could do some maneuvers, and he agreed, to which Barry put the plane into a maneuver called an Immelman, and then broke out into a spiral, and then into a falling leaf, and then landed gently and exactly at the spot on the runway where he wanted, which according to Reeves, he had only ever seen a world champion pilot do that on an air show.
He said, "You want me to do a few maneuvers in this?" "Yes, sir, just show me what you got." Well, I shouldn't have told him that. He pushed the nose down, picked up about 400 miles an hour, and did a loop or two, and rolled it up, and did an Emily, and going the other way, and did a tight spiral, and then he put it into what we call like a falling leaf. The only place I'd ever seen that was at an air show with Bob Hoover, the world champion, that did it. Boy,
An ace indeed. Now let's hear from Barry's son, Aaron, on Barry's flying abilities.
My name is Aaron Seal. I am the youngest son of Barry Seal. I was 9 years old at the time of my father's death. He was a great pilot, and everyone that I've ever spoken to, they said he was the best. I've heard stories that, from when he was a kid, that his mother had told that when he was a very young child, he had got up on the roof with an umbrella of their home and jumped off with it because he said he wanted to fly. He would learn to fly at 15 years old. I had his pilot's license, I believe, by 16. He just was a natural. It just came natural to him.
A natural, and one of the best. And Aaron also says his father was amazing and a very family-loving man, much like his mother, Debbie, stated. And let's hear from Ed Dufford again about teaching Barry as a 15-year-old how to fly.
Oh man, he was just a kid throwing newspapers for the Morning Advocate and State Times. I think he was just about 15 years old. And his mother didn't want me to teach him to fly, and I told her, I said, Lou, if I don't teach him to fly, he's just going to go next door. There's 4 schools out at the downtown airport, and I said, he's going to learn to fly. He's made up his mind. He's going to learn to fly. I said, you want him to fly with me or somebody you don't know? She said, go ahead and teach him. And he was real easy to teach. He was a first cousin to a bird.
And that first cousin to a bird would take his natural aerodynamic abilities with him and join the Civil Air Patrol as soon as he turned 16 in July of 1955. And then we start to hear some pretty interesting stories about Barry Seal. This is investigative journalist and author Daniel Hopsicker. He spent over 2 years researching Barry Seal in the mid to late 1990s. He even stayed with Debbie Seal and the kids for months and had access to all of Barry Seal's records and files, or at least what was left of them after the FBI had finished ransacking them. And he was also able to interview and film quite a few of the people that Barry Seal grew up with, including Barry's first flight instructor who we just saw, Ed Dufford, and a couple more who we'll see soon enough. Hopsicker's research and work led to him writing the book, Barry and the Boys, and in it lay some astonishing claims, including that Barry Seal was involved in the JFK assassination with David Ferrie and Lee Harvey Oswald. And something else, I recall reading somewhere where Daniel Hopsicker was doing an interview and talking about his book, and I think it was within the last few years or so, and he was saying how the book was only available on Amazon and they wouldn't make an e-version one or one you could download, with only a hardcover being available. And they were selling it for like $130 or $140. So I went over to Amazon to have a look for myself, and what I found out about the book itself was rather astonishing. First off, other outlets like Kohl's or Indigo didn't have any stock, of course. And then there's the price, $116 or $132 for a paperback, coming to about $164 when you include the shipping. So right away I'm thinking, yeah right, something's up with that. And then it hit me. That's for a used book. If I want to buy a new one, it costs a whopping $3,850. Like what? Are you kidding me? If I'm going to shell out $3,850 for a book, it better be nothing less than an original transcript of the Book of Revelations or something like that. And then right below that, Amazon tells us, Chapter 35 is intentionally missing from the printing of this publication. This was intentionally done by the publisher and is not a printing error. So they're asking you to pay $3,850 for a book that's not even a full book. So right away to me, it looks like Amazon really doesn't want the public to read this book. And then when I further scrolled down, I noticed there was only 2 reviews, which is not surprising considering the price. And the first one, and it's rather large, is by former FBI agent Dal Hahn. And it's clear that his posting is meant to discredit Daniel Hopsicker. And among the things he writes about is Hopsicker's claim that Barry Seal was supposed to fly Oswald's getaway plane out of Dallas after JFK was killed, which is obviously something I can't prove either way, because if it did happen, I haven't seen any evidence to support the claim. But if it didn't happen, well, you can't prove a negative. Anyways, looking a little bit further down, in FBI agent Dal Hahn's attempt to discredit Daniel Hopsicker, Dal Hahn writes, Hopsicker describes me as the, quote, Special agent in charge of the Middle District of Louisiana Organized Crime Drug Task Force, investigation into the Berry Seal drug smuggling organization, end quote. And he follows that up with, flattering though it may be, I was one FBI agent assigned to the task force, and so on. So what Del Hahn is saying there is that Daniel Hopsicker is wrong, and that Hahn wasn't the special agent in charge of the Middle District of Louisiana Crime Drug Task Force investigation into the Berry Seal drug smuggling organization, which is another shot to discredit Daniel Hopsicker's work. And Del Hahn posted that to Amazon on February 9th, 2004. So, fast forward 12 years to 2016, and Del Hahn writes a book, Smuggler's End, The Life and Death of Berry Seal. And I notice you can get his book for like 23 or 24 bucks, and on a Kindle version too. And that's a new version for $24.95, not used. So anyways, when I scroll down and have a look through the section about the author and about the book, I came across this. During his last 2 years as an agent, Hahn was assigned as the FBI representative to the Middle District of Louisiana Organized Crime Drug Task Force targeting Berry Seal. So hold on a second here. That says exactly what Hahn was trying to discredit Daniel Hopsicker in 2004 for saying. But in 2016, Hahn's own book says that he was the FBI representative to the Middle District of Louisiana Crime Drug Task Force targeting Berry Seal. And just so we're clear here, here's an FBI report, or known as a 302, and you'll see at the bottom that it's signed by the special agent in charge. That's his title. Or sometimes you might see them referred to as SAC, again standing for Special Agent in Charge. And if Del Hahn was assigned as the FBI representative to whatever district, by definition, he's the Special Agent in Charge of that district, or region. That's what his title would be. So when Daniel Hopsicker wrote in his book that Del Hahn was the Special Agent in Charge of the Middle District of Louisiana Organized Crime Drug Task Force investigation into the Berry Seal drug smuggling organization, he was exactly correct with that designation, as confirmed by Del Hahn's own book in 2016, meaning that in 2004, the only thing that Del Hahn was discrediting was himself. And I still can't get over the fact that if you want to buy the book from Amazon, by an author who spent more than 2 years researching, going through Berry Seal's files and records, and interviewing his friends that he grew up with, well, not to worry, because we will sell it to you for $3,850. But if you can't afford that, here's FBI agent Del Hahn's book, that no doubt parrots the official version, and every lie that goes along with it. But you can have that for $24.95, and we'll even give you $1.25 off for the Kindle edition for your convenience. Del Hahn also disputes that when Berry Seal went to the Civil Air Patrol training camp in 1955, that he met David Ferry and Lee Harvey Oswald. But Berry Seal's wife Debbie says that Berry told her that he had met them when he attended that training camp. This is John Simkin, an excellent researcher, historian, author, teacher, and so on, as well as being the founder of Spartacus Educational, which is an excellent site for information on historical figures. And he also co-founded the Education Forum, I believe back in 2005. And it's a posting forum with all kinds of political topics, especially ones on JFK. And you'll see that a lot of famous researchers, authors, historians, and so on take part and participate in the forums. And on my quest through the forums, I found this post, in which Stephen Roy states that Berry Seal attended the Civil Air Patrol training camp on July 23, 1955, sourcing the New Orleans Times-Picayune. And we know that's correct because this photo of Berry Seal leaving for the Civil Air Patrol was taken on July 23, 1955. And then we can see Lee Harvey Oswald join the unit 4 days later, on July 27, 1955. And that's as per the Civil Air Patrol records. So considering Lee Harvey Oswald showed up 4 days after Berry Seal, I would say the chances that Berry Seal met Lee Harvey Oswald at some point, as well as David Ferry, to be pretty high actually. In fact, I might suggest that it's even possible that Berry Seal was nearby when this photo of Ferry and Oswald was taken. At any rate, I know one thing. I certainly wouldn't recommend Del Hahn's Smuggler's End, The Life and Death of Berry Seal. FBI agent or not, involved in the case or not, Del Hahn comes across as either not being a very good researcher, or he's a disinformation agent telling lies and half-truths, with the purpose being to keep the official story going while keeping the truth buried. So, did Berry Seal meet David Ferry and Lee Harvey Oswald at the Civil Air Patrol in 1955? My guess is that it's very likely. Despite what the, quote, official story might say. Now, did Barry Seal fly some sort of getaway plane out of Dallas on November 22nd, 1963? I don't know, but the official story says that Lee Harvey Oswald was a lone nut gunman, acting by himself. But when has the, quote, official story ever actually told the whole truth? Let's hear from a couple of friends that Barry Seal grew up with, as they were interviewed by Daniel Hopsiker.
James Poche was a pilot who grew up with Barry.
He was a pilot, and Barry already had a commercial operation. He was a charter pilot, and that's pretty rare in high school.
Then, while most young men his age were still working up the courage to ask their girl to go steady, Barry Seal began demonstrating his courage by flying daring undercover missions into Cuba, bringing Fidel Castro's insurgents weapons, courtesy of the American CIA.
So Barry Seal flew airdrops in to help Fidel Castro's revolution? I guess the question to be answered first, though, is did the CIA help Castro into power? Because that's not part of the official story, at least not that I know of. If you go to the Wikipedia page, which I really try not to do to be honest, but the words Central Intelligence Agency or CIA don't appear anywhere on this page. And the words United States only appears once, in this sentence, which has nothing to do with Castro. Time magazine also doesn't mention the CIA. They don't even mention the words United States at all. Same with the Business Insider. No mention of the CIA and no mention of the United States. So in trying to find any plausibility in the CIA helping Castro's rise to power in any way, we have to dig a little bit deeper. So let's see what the CIA themselves have to say in this 400-plus page report titled The Official History of the Bay of Pigs Operation, which was put out in December of 1979. And in it we can see some pretty interesting stuff, including going into the last third of 1958, CIA Chief Alfred Cox suggested to join Castro. To accomplish this, Cox suggested that the United States make secret contact with Castro, assure him of the United States' sympathies with some of his objectives, and to offer him support. Obviously, the support must be given covertly. The most effective means of help to Castro would be arms and ammunition. And then he mentions airdrops and says they might be dangerous. So we know this CIA chief is fully on board with helping Castro. And to get a better understanding of exactly who he is, we can see from the Washington Post in 1973 that Alfred Cox was part of the OSS in World War II, and the OSS is the precursor to the CIA. Then they let us know that he was president of Civil Air Transport from 1949 to 1955, and then was with the CIA until his retirement in 1964. And at the time in late 1958, when he wanted to support Castro with airdrops of guns and ammunition, he was the CIA's chief of the paramilitary division, political and psychological staff of the clandestine service. Quite the position to have for only being in the CIA for 3 years, you think? Well, let's dig a little bit deeper. And from the CIA's own library, we see the CIA's clandestine services histories of Civil Air Transport. And remember that the Washington Post told us that Alfred Cox was assigned to the OSS in World War II, and then he was president of Civil Air Transport from 1949 to 1955, and through that time and the following decades, Civil Air Transport was known as a commercial airline only. And then, according to the Washington Post, Cox joined the CIA. So what's interesting here is that the histories were written by Alfred T. Cox himself, who was named the president of Civil Air Transport when the CIA acquired it, and guided both the covert operations side and the public commercial side of the airline for a number of years, well, until 1955. The point is, Alfred T. Cox was an intelligence agent from his days in World War II right through till his retirement in 1964, which easily explains why he was a paramilitary division chief in 1958. The OSS guys that stayed in intelligence after World War II and then went into the CIA wielded quite a lot of power. And to illustrate that, again we can go to the CIA's website and they have a bit of a history on the OSS. And it was headed and pretty much created by this guy, William J. Donovan, and his nickname was Wild Bill. And when the CIA was created, William Donovan wanted to run it, but he was deemed to be a bit too wild. But check out who his top 4 lieutenants were in the OSS. William Colby, Alan Dulles, Richard Helms, and William Casey. So as I say, the OSS guys that stayed in intelligence would go on to be quite influential in the CIA. And do you think it's possible that maybe Alfred Cox, who wanted to make secret contact with Castro and offer him support and airdrop arms and ammunition to him, perhaps maybe found a way to do that? I think it's very possible and very probable, especially when I see this in the same report. Western Hemisphere Division had asked the Paramilitary Division to establish a small contingency task force capable of making airdrops into Cuba. And that was in December of 1958. Castro would go on to take Cuba weeks later. And also from that same report, I found this rather interesting. Eisenhower recalled this period in the following manner. During the rush of these last events in the final days of 1958, the Central Intelligence Agency suggested for the first time that a Castro victory might not be in the best interests of the United States. Which also suggests that, at least according to Eisenhower, everything was honky-dory with the CIA and Castro right up until the final days. And in case you didn't catch this little tidbit here, the Civil Air Transport was the precursor to Air America. And where do you think Barry Seal's favorite plane, that he nicknamed the Fat Lady, came from? And how about this? From the University of Virginia School of Law, we see that CIA agent and Watergate burglar Frank Sturgis served in the U.S. Armed Forces in covert ops in Berlin. He moved to Miami in 1957, and he trained Castro's guerrilla forces and ran guns for the rebels. Sturgis very likely engaged in these activities as a contract agent for the CIA. And like I said, that comes from the University of Virginia School of Law. And you know where the CIA headquarters are, right? Well, how about this? From the Washington Post on October 19, 1986. CIA helped fund Castro in 50s, author contends. And what's even more interesting is that at some point, the CIA deemed this article classified, not declassifying it until 25 years later, on December 12, 2011. And it starts out, the Central Intelligence Agency secretly provided financial support to Castro's movement before his triumph in 1959. Now, considering all of that, do you think it's more plausible now that the CIA actually did help Castro get into power? I know I certainly do. Let's meet another pilot who grew up with Barry Seal, as interviewed by Daniel Hopsiker.
David Holmes is another Baton Rouge pilot who grew up with Barry.
Barry was just the kind of guy you could talk to, and he was very friendly, jovial, and everything else, but when you finished talking to him, you didn't know any more than when you started.
When did the rumors about his flying P-51s start?
Well, that was all around that Cuban time down there when people were, being ferried out of there, and I heard rumors to that effect, that Barry was down there flying, and he disappeared during those periods of time.
So Barry Seal was also rumored to be flying down there when they were ferrying people out of Cuba. And this started almost immediately after Castro took power, at the very beginning of 1959. Which makes sense when you consider that Eisenhower stated about the CIA in the final days, for the first time making clear their reservations about Castro. And while the CIA would start planning operations to remove Castro, Castro would end up visiting Washington in April of 1959, trying to win over good relations, even meeting with then Vice President Richard Nixon. And of course, as we know now, nothing good came from that visit, as over the course of the next year, Cuba would see a buildup of Soviet weaponry on its soil. And the world would see a mounting showdown between the two superpowers. And if the CIA did in fact help Castro get into power, which does look to be the case, then it becomes more understandable why they started putting special operations together to take him out of power. And of course, right in the thick of those operations is rumored to be Barry Seal. And here he is in a picture taken January 22nd, 1963, at the Aristos Hotel nightclub in Mexico City. And I've seen some argue against the picture's date, and others argue against what the picture actually represents. So as far as the date goes, here's Barry Seal in 1964. And here he is in 1965, when he worked for TWA. And clearly you can see he's a little bit meatier in 1965. So I have no troubles believing this picture was taken in January of 1963. Now, what the picture is supposed to represent is a group picture of some of the American and Cuban members of one of those CIA operations against Castro, this one being called Operation 40. So similar to trying to find out if the CIA helped Castro into power, I set out to try and find out if this Operation 40 actually even existed. And I went to see what the CIA had to say on the matter, because you know they'll be fully forthcoming, right? In 2014, Mr. John Greenwald received a response from the CIA to his Freedom of Information request for all records on a CIA program known as Operation 40. And to my surprise, their response stated, "We conducted a search and located the enclosed documents totaling 6 pages. But what it actually is 2 different CIA reports that are 3 pages each, and the information on Operation 40 is very minimal, but does have some value to it, and I am thankful to John Greenwald for sending in this request." The first document of 3 pages is of an interview with Manuel Rey in May of 1961, and he was a leader of one of the Cuban anti-Castro factions at the time. And here's what this document has to say about Operation 40. The subject, Manuel Rey, and his people had learned about Operation 40 as a mopping up operation, which was to have eliminated his followers in Cuba. He said Operation 40 was composed of followers of former President Fulgencio Batista, who were to follow behind the invading troops and purge the captured cities and towns. He said that the operation was planned by Sangenis and Guterres, and remember that name Sangenis, as we're going to see it again. Now here's the second report of 3 pages, and like the first one we just looked at, any information on Operation 40 is contained only on the first 2 pages, and very minimal at that, saying, "Reallegation Operation 40, AMFAST, designed to eliminate AMBUD organization. This story, preposterous." And no doubt you're looking at that wondering, well, what does that mean? And first we have to understand what AMFAST and AMBUD are. And thanks to the Mary Farrell Foundation, who listed all the CIA cryptonyms, we get to see what they mean. And AMFAST was the apparent core of Operation 40. 100 selected Cubans trained to serve as counterintelligence officers and future government leaders. In a revolt such as the Bay of Pigs, their role was to penetrate inland as fast as possible and to identify and seize the documents of the Castro government, and then serve as the intelligence arm of a temporary civilian government of Cuba. And AMBUD refers to the Cuban Revolutionary Council, a Cuban exile organization formed on March 22, 1961, under U.S. guidance. So what this document is saying is that there was an allegation that Operation 40, who the CIA designated as AMFAST, was designed to eliminate one of the anti-Castro groups, and the CIA calls the story, or allegation, preposterous. And looking further into it, we can see that AMDIP-1 has been planting these stories. And AMDIP-1 is Tony Verona, who was the president of the Cuban Revolutionary Council, or AMBUD, as we just seen. So he was planting these stories, or allegations, about the nature of Operation 40 in an attempt to undermine the prestige of AMOT-2. And AMOT-2 is Jose Joaquin Sangenis Perdomo, also known as Joaquin Sangenis. And that would be the same Sangenis that we saw in the first document, and the CIA mentions his prestige. And again, remember his name, because we're going to see it again. So overall, while these documents don't tell us that the CIA created Operation 40, they do seem to indicate its existence. So again, let's dig a little bit deeper. And here's an article by Vanity Fair on Marita Lorenz. She was Fidel Castro's girlfriend and was recruited by the CIA, and more specifically Frank Sturgis. And going down we can see, in Miami, where she was trained for her mission, she says she met the man in charge of the ultra-secret unit dubbed Operation 40. Eduardo is who Frank Sturgis introduced to her as that man. It was not until Watergate, she says, that she learned Eduardo's real name, E. Howard Hunt. So she's saying that E. Howard Hunt, the famous CIA agent who was busted at Watergate and was part of the failed Bay of Pigs invasion and suspected of being involved in the Kennedy assassination, was the man in charge of the ultra-secret unit dubbed Operation 40. So that's pretty interesting. And so was this, from the New York Times in January of 1975. A mysterious exile who died here a year ago, or 1974, at the age of 61, was in charge of the Cuban Counterintelligence Office. His former associates say the exile, Jose Joaquin Sangenis Perdomo, was following the orders of a CIA case officer, whose code name they said was Felix. So there's Sangenis again, who I said would see his name again, and now we know he was in charge of the Cuban Counterintelligence Office, who was reporting to a CIA case officer named Felix. And code name or not, I can't help but wonder if they're talking about Felix Rodriguez, whom we're about to meet shortly. Anyways, the New York Times goes on to say, the reported domestic operation of Mr. Sangenis was an outgrowth of his still mysterious Operation 40, an adjunct to the Bay of Pigs invasion. Created in 1960, Operation 40 was described by Cubans as a CIA-devised plan to set up a parent intelligence agency in Cuba after the expected overthrow of the Castro government by the Bay of Pigs invasion, which describes what we've learned so far about Operation 40 pretty much to a T. Now check this out. An article put out in March 1979 was classified by the CIA at some point and only approved for release in 2010. And I find it rather curious that the CIA didn't include this in John Greenwald's FOIA request, as we know this was in their records because it was approved for release by the CIA in 2010. But in 2014, in the CIA's response to John Greenwald, requesting all CIA records on Operation 40, they neglected to send him this one. And let's have a look what it says. And they're talking about Frank Sturgis here. In 1961, he joined Operation 40, charged by the CIA with forming a new government in Cuba following Castro's overthrow. Howard Hunt and Manuel Artime had used this, quote, Cuban CIA, and we're going to meet Manuel Artime soon enough. But there's E. Howard Hunt again in the context of running Operation 40, along with Manuel Artime. And the article goes on to say that that group was mixing in with other groups that had a stake in the pre-Castro Cuban heroin and cocaine traffic. We know also that Operation 40, of which Sturgis was a member, remained active as a CIA counterintelligence operation until 1970, when federal narcotics authorities arrested several of its leading members on charges of having masterminded the nation's largest heroin and cocaine ring. Finally, we have the example of Manuel Artime, the quote, golden boy of the CIA, who received millions of dollars from the CIA. And like I say, we'll see him again soon enough. But it would appear that Operation 40 was a real entity. Now, is this a picture of members of Operation 40? Daniel Hopsiker claims it is. And among the people he identified in this photo are Felix Rodriguez, Porter Goss, and Frank Sturgis. But another pilot of that era and Iran-Contra scandal, Robert Tosh Plumlee, has come forward to say that that's him in the picture and not Frank Sturgis. And he certainly does have the hair to match, though the eyebrows and eyeline of Frank Sturgis certainly look a little bit closer, I think. I really can't say, as it's pretty hard to tell overall. Tosh Plumlee also disputes this as being a pic of Operation 40 members and says that it's just a group of airline executives having some drinks. So I don't know, but after studying the overall subject matter for years and years, I can tell you this much, that almost everybody in this story isn't telling the truth, including Barry Seal, as we'll see later on. And what this pretty much means is that with the stuff that people say, you have to figure out which parts are actually true and which ones aren't. And with that in mind, it makes me wonder why Tosh Plumlee would inject himself and say that he was the one in the photo and that it wasn't a picture of Operation 40 members. And here's John Simpkin again, who's also done research on Operation 40, and he says CIA officials and freelance agents worked in the group. And though he's not referring to this picture, he does name Porter Goss, Barry Seal, Frank Sturgis, and Tosh Plumlee, as well as among the Cuban figures, Felix Rodriguez, as being members of Operation 40. And that really does look like a young Felix Rodriguez after a few too many mojitos. And have a look at some of the other names listed as well, including E. Howard Hunt and Thomas Kleins, among others. And if Tosh Plumlee was indeed a member of Operation 40, a secret group that I'm sure we can agree actually did exist, but considering the CIA doesn't seem to be so forthcoming about its existence, I can perhaps see a reason why Plum Lee would want to downplay this picture and say that it's not a picture of members of Operation 40. And I'm not saying that's the case, I'm just offering up different possibilities. Whatever the case, this picture was taken out of Barry Seal's safe by Daniel Hopsiker during his research, with only the date and location printed on the back. And it would appear that the truth of its origins is something that we'll never be able to confirm 100%. So was Barry Seal maybe a, quote, CIA freelance agent?
Yeah, Barry had a lot of secret lives. He loved that James Bond shit, you know.
He knew Johnny Rivers, didn't he?
Oh, yeah, yeah. We used to fly Johnny around. Yeah, secret agent man.
Was that song about Barry?
I often wondered.
He stays a stranger with every move he makes, another chance he takes. The odds are he won't live to see tomorrow.
So let's quickly run down Barry Seal's military service and maybe pick up a few answers along the way. On August 31st, 1961, Seal joined the Louisiana Army National Guard. His total military service time would be 6 months on active duty, followed by 5.5 years in active duty, or reserves. He was assigned to Company B, 21st Special Forces Airborne. His 6 months active duty began July 3rd, 1962. On September 21st, 1962, he was transferred to Company B, 1st Battalion, 1st Training Regiment. On November 11th, 1962, he was transferred to Headquarters and Service Company, 4th Student Training. In January of 1963, his active duty was over, and he was assigned to Company D, 2nd Operation Detachment, 20th Special Forces Airborne. And what's interesting here is that with his active duty over, it allows for the time frame of the Mexico City picture. And what's also interesting is that Mexico City in this time period, the early 1960s, was kind of known as a
wretched hive of scum and villainy.
Okay, well, it wasn't that bad, but it was a place in which you would find in the various nightclubs and bistros and whatnot any number of CIA agents, KGB agents, Cuban exile group members, and so on. At any rate, I do find it interesting that he would end up in Mexico City pretty much right after his active duty was over. Moving along, we see in July 1964, he enlisted in the Louisiana National Guard Reserve. And then on July 31st, 1967, he was honorably discharged from service. So, that's what his military records say. And I've seen a lot of different dates flying around as to when he joined TWA, or Trans World Airlines, with Del Hahn and Smuggler's End saying, in the summer of 1967, Seal joined Trans World Airlines, and the New York Post saying that he got hired by TWA in '67, and the Advocate, right out of Baton Rouge, where Barry Seal was from, says in 1967, Seal joined Trans World Airlines, and Heavy.com says Seal joined TWA in 1967. So I'm left wondering if they base that on the fact that Seal was discharged from service in 1967. But then I see other sources like the book Whiteout, for example, and they say he left the Army in 1965 to become, at the age of 26, a pilot for Trans World Airlines. Or if you look at Wikipedia, they say Seal joined TWA as a flight engineer in 1964. And over at Consortium News, a news site I highly recommend actually, founded by Robert Perry, and we'll see him a bit later on, but they say Seal joined TWA in 1964 as well. So it would seem that even just trying to get the truth of when Seal actually joined TWA proves to be a daunting task. More complicated by the fact that TWA went out of business in 2001. So it's not like they have a website history page we can go have a look at. But then I found this, the site for the TWA Retired Pilots Association. And in it, there's a remembrance page for all of TWA's pilots. And they have them all listed in order in the year of their passing, with their years of service in TWA beside them. And when you scroll down 1986, there you'll see Adler B. Seal and his years of service, 1964 to 1972. So it looks like Wikipedia and Consortium News are correct. And if you remember from earlier, I said this picture was taken in 1965, which, as you can see, fits in the correct timeline. And like I say, if that's Barry Seal in 1965, I have no problems believing that's Barry Seal in 1963. So I think we can put it to rest now and safely say that Barry Seal's career with TWA lasted from 1964 to 1972. And there's a reason for his career to end with TWA in 1972 that we're going to have a look at in a minute. But before we do, we have to make a little stop on the other side of the globe, during a war that didn't happen. Now there's some question as to whether Barry Seal went to Vietnam or not. In Smuggler's End, Dal Hahn writes, he never served in Vietnam, and this is supported by his military records. And that's something I completely agree with, as you won't find anything in his military records that suggest he served in Vietnam. And to Dal Hahn's credit, he says, Barry Seal volunteered to make several military supply flights into Vietnam. So at least he does acknowledge that Barry Seal flew over to Vietnam, but just to make some military supply flights into Vietnam, and that's it. And that it was something he did for excitement. And I gotta say, after studying Barry Seal for so long now, I find it hard to believe that his idea of excitement is making some flights to a military base to drop off supplies. Now, according to his wife Debbie, she said that he had told her he had booked 6 weeks vacation time and go to Laos and fly in special ops missions, which sounds a little bit more along the lines of what Barry Seal would consider exciting. And according to Tosh Plumley, Barry Seal did a lot of damn good stuff in the late 60s. In 67 and 68 he was with Air America in South Vietnam and Laos during search and destroy and special ops as Ted Shackley's boys. He had been recruited for special ops because of the Cuban thing. So overall, this sounds more likely a reason for Barry Seal to volunteer to go over to Vietnam, wouldn't you think? And if he was indeed over there doing contract work for, quote, Ted Shackley's boys, who are the CIA, as Ted Shackley was the CIA's station chief at the time in Vietnam, you won't find it in the official records, and there's a reason for that.
We're not here right now.
Yeah, I saw Nixon on TV.
Yeah, so, if we're not actually here, then, of course, this didn't happen.
At any rate, when you combine Barry Seal's attitude towards what he calls an exciting life.
And the exciting thing in life to me is to get into a life-threatening situation. Now that's exciting. John, is a risk in all covert operation work. There's a risk in everything that you do in this line of work. That's why the pay is so good.
And put that together with his natural flying abilities.
He was the first cousin to a bird.
And combine that with the CIA and military's needs for really good pilots who are daring and not afraid to take risks. And what you have is what appears to be a match made in heaven. But like I say, you're not going to find any records on Barry Seal doing special ops missions in Laos. If there are any, they're certainly very classified and well out of public reach. But I have no problems taking Debbie Seal's and Tosh Plumley's word on the matter over that of Dal Hahn's. And I'll show you a little bit more about why I feel that way in the next chapter. But keep this whole Laos episode in mind, as we'll be coming back to it later on. Heading into the 1970s, the fighting in Southeast Asia continued to escalate. And as it did, the protesting against the fighting continued to escalate as well. And while very well removed from these activities, the year 1972 would be a very big year for Barry Seal, for reasons both good and bad. And we'll start with the bad and watch how it transformed into good for Barry Seal. On July 1st, 1972, Barry Seal would have his first major encounter with law enforcement, with Barry Seal being on the wrong side of things, of course. And as we can see here, this made the headlines in the Monday morning papers. Now, contrary to what a lot of people think, this wasn't Barry Seal's plot, as in fact, 9 people were arrested in both Texas and Louisiana over the operation. And they were all arrested in an attempt to smuggle 15,500 pounds of plastic explosives, 2,600 electrical blasting caps, 7,000 feet of primacord, and 25 electrical detonators. In addition, 2 of those arrested were charged with knowing, quote, the material would be used in an attempted overthrow of a foreign nation, end quote. And take a wild guess who one of those two people were, as we'll see shortly. We can see that 5 people were arrested at Shreveport and 2 in New Orleans. All 9 were charged with conspiring to smuggle munitions to Mexico. Kessler, one of the suspects charged, and Adler B. Seal of Baton Rouge were arrested in suburban Kennard, Louisiana, Saturday near the New Orleans International Airport. And at that point, Barry Seal was being held on a $50,000 bond. The story continues on page 10, but before we go there, here's a close-up of the plane that Barry Seal was going to fly, carrying 7 tons of plastic explosives to Mexico for alleged use in anti-Castro operations in Cuba. Now, skipping over to page 10, the article tells us about possible guns involved in the plot as well, and mentioned are M1 rifles, Thompson submachine guns, AR-15 rifles, and M16 rifles. And remember those, because it's very important to what ended up happening overall. And the gist of it is that these 9 guys, Barry Seal included, were organizing to bring massive amounts of explosives down to Mexico to be used over in Cuba, and a U.S. customs agent named Cesario Diaz-Dado, using the name of Diaz, managed to infiltrate the group. And it was Agent Diaz-Dado, or Diaz, who was conversing with a couple of the members of the group about trying to set up the weapons deals, as well as the explosives. But no deals for guns were finalized, and absolutely no guns or ammunition was to be found during the arrests. So the names of the guns listed are part of a deal that didn't happen, and like I say, remember those names, as we'll swing back to that. At any rate, as we can see, the bust of 7 tons of explosives in the United States certainly makes the news.
Agents of the United States and officials of the Mexican government arrested 9 men in Louisiana and Texas on charges of conspiring to smuggle almost 7 tons of explosives from the United States to Mexico for future transshipment to another foreign country, presumably Cuba.
So yeah, when you're on the evening news, it's pretty big news. And here's another article from July 3rd on the case. And you can see all the names of those charged listed, including Barry Seal, and a couple others I find rather interesting as well. And not for their actual names, but for their descriptions. One being Richmond Harper, a prominent rancher banker, and the other one being Marianne Hagler, a former inspector for the U.S. Immigration Service. So those are rather a couple of lofty titles, I'm sure you'd agree, and they were busted as being part of the plot. So moving further along, we see the complaint charges that Kessler and Seal, quote, knew and believed that the material would be used in an attempted overthrow of a foreign nation, end quote. So there you go. Seal was one of those 2 who knew it would be used to overthrow another country. And this article notes, no guns, however, were found. And in this article from July 11th, 1972, we can see the headline saying the buyer, in quotes, was actually a customs agent, and that's Cesario Diaz-Dado, who Barry Seal and his group knew as Diaz. And we can see here that Seal was identified as the pilot who was to fly the explosives out of the United States to Mexico. And about where they got 7 tons of explosives to begin with, Agent Diaz-Dado testified that he had been shown by Kessler and Seal a bill of lading printed in Dutch. The explosives had been purchased in the Netherlands and later brought into the United States by Seal through Aruba, which technically makes Barry Seal an international arms smuggler already by this point. And just to add, Agent Diaz-Dado said during his testimony that he had seen aerial charts of Cuba, which Seal took from a suitcase, but he also saw other charts including maps of Florida and Mexico as well. Now, the end result of this case was the judge threw it out, and I've seen people say the CIA interfered, or it was dismissed on grounds of national security, or things like that. So let's have a look at the actual details, according to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. And what this is after the judge dismissed the case against Barry Seal and the 8 other defendants in 1974. The U.S. government appealed that decision, and this is the U.S. Court of Appeals' final ruling on the matter in 1976. And we can see what they say about the trial, where the judge dismissed the case. At the beginning of the 5th trial day, June 28, 1974, before the jury came in, defendant Seal moved for a mistrial asserting inter alia, caused by the absence of Fernandez, who, as we'll see, was labeled as an unindicted co-conspirator by the prosecution, while the defense was saying that Fernandez was not a co-conspirator, but was actually working for the government. At any rate, Fernandez is someone to pay attention to, as well as another named Francisco Flores. They were two Mexican nationals who were never charged in the case and didn't make any appearance at the trial to give testimony. So let's go back to the beginning of the original trial. And we can see that the government's principal witnesses were Alfonso Cortina Rodriguez, hereafter called Cortina, an agent of the Mexican government, the Treasury Department of the Mexican government to be precise. And the other principal witness was Cesario Diosdado, a United States undercover agent, who, as we already noted, worked for U.S. Customs. So the U.S. Court of Appeals goes on to tell us that Cortina testified concerning statements and acts of two residents of Mexico, Jamie Fernandez, the absent unindicted co-conspirator, and Francisco Paco Flores, the absent non-arrested defendant. So everything about Fernandez and Flores comes from Mexican Treasury agent Cortina. And as Mexican citizens living in Mexico, Fernandez and Flores couldn't be compelled to come testify, which is an important point that we'll come back to. And now let's have a look at some of what Mexican Treasury agent Cortina testified about some of his fellow citizens, including Fernandez. Cortina then testified that he met Fernandez again on April 24, 1972, at a garage in Mexico City, at which time Fernandez opened the trunk of a car and took out an AR-180 rifle. And now, watch the whole case start to fall apart. Mexican Treasury agent Cortina then obtained 2,000 pesos from his superior officer, and the next day purchased the AR-180 from Fernandez. Over a defense objection, the AR-180 was admitted in evidence, Government Exhibit Number 3. So moving along, now we'll start to see why this case got thrown out by the original trial judge. As the U.S. Court of Appeals states, next we come to the AR-180 rifle, Government Exhibit Number 3. The government knew in advance of the trial that the AR-180 was not only inadmissible, but that it was false evidence. Further, we conclude that there was intentional misconduct by the government regarding the AR-180. And looking into Del Hahn's Smuggler's End again, we can see where he says about the judge granting the mistrial, and states that without a chance to question Flores and Fernandez, it would be impossible for the defendants to get a fair trial. And that is what Del Hahn states is the reason for the mistrial. The fact that Flores and Fernandez couldn't be questioned, and there's nothing more to it than that. All Del Hahn says about the judge and the AR-180 is the judge was also critical of the government's use of the AR-180 rifle as a trial exhibit. And while I don't disagree with Del Hahn on his first 2 points, as being factually correct in amongst themselves, it's what he doesn't say in his book about the case overall that leads me to believe that he's actually there just to put out disinformation. Like this example right here. He would have the readers of his book believe that Seal and the other defendants got off because 2 Mexican citizens didn't come up and testify in the case. But he doesn't mention a peep about what the U.S. Court of Appeals ruled in 1976, concluding there was intentional misconduct by the government regarding the AR-180. Now why would Del Hahn leave that information out of his book? And here's some more information not found in Del Hahn's book, Smuggler's End. Another government witness, Agent Early, testified on cross-examination later in the trial that this particular AR-180 had been purchased in October 1971 by Mexican agent Fregoso. And Mexican agent Fregoso had given the rifle to his superior officer, Espindola. The record does not indicate how the rifle got from Espindola to Fernandez, the alleged unindicted co-conspirator. So follow the trail of the AR-180. It's originally bought in October 1971 by Mexican agent Fregoso, and he gives it to his superior, Officer Espindola, and somehow it gets from Officer Espindola to Mexican unindicted co-conspirator Fernandez, in some form of Mexican Operation Fast and Furious or something perhaps. And then Mexican Treasury agent Cortina buys the AR-180 from Mexican unindicted co-conspirator Fernandez, and then the gun ends up on display in the trial. Did you follow all that? Well, here's a little bit more. Mexican Treasury agent Cortina also testified that Harper, one of the defendants, mentioned M1 rifles, M16 rifles, Thompson submachine guns, and AR-15 rifles. And don't forget that list of weapons in the newspaper I told you to remember about. Notice that it matches up perfectly, and then the court goes on to say, but that neither Harper nor Hagler, another defendant, ever mentioned AR-180 rifles. And remember, during the arrests, no guns were ever found. So now consider this. Why was the AR-180 even brought into evidence by the prosecution? The U.S. Court of Appeals called it intentional misconduct by the government. In Del Hahn's book, Smuggler's End, he neglects to tell the readers about all these facts, which is why I mentioned earlier about taking Debbie Seal's word on things, or Tosh Plumlee's word on things, over Del Hahn's word on things when it comes to matters involving Barry Seal. In this particular case, the only people that I can see for sure that are telling the truth are U.S. Custom Agent Cesario Diosdado, Judge Christenberry from the original trial, and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. Meanwhile, the prosecution, for some reason, knowingly entered false evidence, the AR-180 rifle. And that AR-180 rifle, which had absolutely nothing to do with the case, went from Mexican official to Mexican official to a Mexican unindicted co-conspirator back to a Mexican official, and then ends up on display in the case as trial exhibit number 3. So is it maybe possible that the prosecution was trying to throw the case on purpose? That maybe there was some agency that had an interest in protecting an anti-Castro group, perhaps? Which is what some people suspect and have suggested. And while I can't obviously prove anything like that, I do find the actions of all the Mexican authorities and the Mexican unindicted co-conspirator, as well as the prosecution team in the case, in regards to the AR-180, to be rather suspect. And there was indeed plenty of anti-Castro sentiment in Mexico at that time. And that time being 1972, what other anti-Castro stuff was going on? Well, remember Manuel Artime, the guy who worked with Howard Hunt in Operation 40, and who received millions of dollars from the CIA for a second Cuban invasion? Well, here's what he was up to in 1972.
I was in charge.
Manuel Artime was the agency's favorite Cuban, handpicked to command both the Bay of Pigs and the covert operations that followed. In 1972, he recruited and arranged CIA training for a brilliant young accountant called Ramon Milian Rodriguez.
He ran covert operations out of Miami for the CIA.
So Artime had a whole group of people who were his people.
Oh yes, Artime ran a very large operation. It was very large. He was very active all over Central and South America.
So, that's really interesting. Manuel Artime, who appears to have run Operation 40 with Howard Hunt, was still running all kinds of operations in Central and South America in 1972. And also pretty interesting is that Manuel Artime brought Ramon Milian Rodriguez on board in 1972 and gave him CIA training. And we'll come back to Ramon Milian Rodriguez later on. But I would have to think that Manuel Artime, who was still running operations in 1972, would most definitely have heard about an alleged Cuba overthrow plot involving almost 7 tons of plastic explosives. It might just be me, but I imagine Manuel Artime would maybe have a bit of interest in that. And not lost on me either is the allegation that Barry Seal was once connected in some way to Operation 40. At any rate, the circumstances surrounding this trial were very strange to say the least. And although Barry Seal and the others were saved from being convicted, the arrest in 1972 would cost Barry Seal his job with TWA. So you'd think in 1972, you're facing major criminal charges, and you just lost your job with TWA. This is looking like a really bad year, isn't it? But not if you're Barry Seal, who somehow has a knack for turning a bad situation into something good. On his way to one of his court dates in 1972, he stopped in at a restaurant, saw the beautiful young lady behind the cashier counter, went up and introduced himself, and asked her out on a date. As Debbie Seal put it, he stopped in there, and just like that, he asked me out. And they dated, and fell very much in love, and Debbie says one day he came to pick me up in his own plane. He said, "Come with me, I will take you more places than Southern Airlines ever will." And that was it, I left my job. And by 1974, Barry and Debbie would get married. And that would be the same year that Barry would beat those charges in court, having the entire case thrown out. But before 1974 would end, Barry Seal would have another run-in with the law, this one being a little bit unusual.
A lawyer who formerly represented Seal in what was thought to be a relatively minor case agrees.
It was apparent to me even at that time that Barry was in fact a target. Barry managed to, or we managed to get out of the arms smuggling thing, and seemed like they took it out on him on the technical violation against Santa Claus.
The civil case stemmed from a 1974 incident in which a helicopter owned by Seal hit a power line while transporting Santa Claus to a shopping center.
You'd have thought I was representing Attila the Hun or John Dillinger or something. I believe Barry wound up paying a fine of $5,000. It was just absolutely ridiculous. The magistrate or the judge or whoever was there came down pretty hard on him and said, well, he could well afford a $5,000 fine because his wife had a large ring on or something to that effect.
So it sounds like the Seal household at Christmas time in 1974 got grinched by the courts. And within a couple of years, Barry Seal's business opportunities would start to expand in a pretty big way. And we're going to skip ahead to his next major arrest in the 1970s. But not to worry, because we will be coming back to have a look at what was going on in the mid-1970s a little bit later on. In December of 1979, Barry Seal would have his next big run-in with the law, only this time he would spend time behind bars, in Honduras. Now something I've noticed, and it's not really that big of a deal, but when you look online to find out about Barry Seal's arrest in Honduras in 1979, you'll notice that a lot of the sites will tell you that he was arrested on December 10th, 1979. And that's actually incorrect. As we'll see, he flew out of the United States on December 10th, and he was detained and arrested on December 12th on a gun charge. And another thing you might notice as well is a lot of sites say that he was busted with 40 kilos of cocaine. That too is incorrect. In fact, they didn't find any drugs on Barry Seal or the plane at all. But what they did find, I'm sure you'll agree with me, was rather surprising. But to know, cocaine is indeed involved, of course, but the amount wasn't 40 kilos, it was 17.5 kilos, as we'll see. When we look into the DEA records of the time, we can see that on December 10th, 1979, available information indicated that Adler Berryman Seal was believed to be en route to Ecuador to obtain 100 kilograms of cocaine. Also on December 10th, 1979, an agent of Costa Rica was telephonically contacted by the DEA El Paso Intelligence Center, and they were advised that Adler Berryman Seal had departed en route to Guayaquil, Ecuador. And then we can see that Berryman, who is Barry Seal, and his traveling companion, who's a guy named Steve Planta, are of record as arriving in Guayaquil on December 10th, 1979, and departing on December 12th, 1979. And here we can see that flight plan data indicated that N8658E, or Barry Seal's plane, would depart Guayaquil on December 11th, 1979, en route to La Ceiba, Honduras. Acting on this information, an agent contacted the Honduran Narcotic Unit, and plans to search the aircraft upon its arrival were made. However, the aircraft did not arrive at La Ceiba Golison International Airport until December 12, 1979. Upon its arrival, Barry Seal, Steve Planta, and the plane were searched with negative results for narcotics. However, an AR-180 automatic rifle was discovered, and both individuals were detained. So how do you like that? That's the same model of gun that caused all the uproar in his last trial in 1974. And I can't help but wonder if it's the actual same gun, exhibit number 3, from the trial in 1974. Anyways, when informed of this, the agent then instructed the narcotic officers to observe the aircraft's tires for evidence of mud, which proved positive. And in this DEA report we can see a more clear picture. On December 15, 1979, members of the Honduran Narcotics Division received information that approximately 100 kilos of pure cocaine would be coming into La Ceiba, Honduras, by Barry Seal. As a result of the aircraft arriving, piloted by Seal, both Barry Seal and Steve Planta were detained and searched by the Honduran authorities, with negative results for narcotics. Subsequently, both subjects were arrested when an automatic rifle was found. Subsequent investigation by Honduras authorities revealed a prior landing on December 12, 1979, at the island of Guayaquil. The investigation revealed that one subject, had departed the aircraft carrying a large green duffel bag. A search was then conducted in the area, and on defendant, whose name is redacted, who was arrested in possession of 17.5 kilos of cocaine. So basically what happened was they flew out of the States on December 10th, heading down to Ecuador to pick up 100 kilos of cocaine. And then they made a little side stop somewhere in Guayaquil, obviously that had a mud field. And then on December 12th they flew up to Honduras, and that's when they would be detained and then arrested. And on December 15th, the authorities would find the third member of the party, who still had 17.5 kilos of cocaine left. So Barry Seal would now be facing cocaine charges as well, and he would spend the next 7 months in a Honduran jail awaiting trial. And we can see that the DEA was keeping a watchful eye on him. As of April 1st, 1980, Seal remains incarcerated in Honduras, awaiting trial on possession of cocaine. And then we see by May 22nd, 1980, defendants arrested remain incarcerated, and the trial is scheduled for August 1980. But according to Barry Seal, he was able to bribe his way out of having to go to trial and completely get out of all the charges. Whatever the case, he didn't go to trial. As we can see here, they tell us that on July 28, 1980, Barry Seal was freed for lack of evidence. And he departed La Ceiba on July 31st, 1980. Now it's important to note here that Barry Seal's episode in Honduras made him a couple of very important connections. And I mean very important connections. First, while in the Honduran jail, is when he would meet Emil Camp. And Emil Camp would become Barry Seal's best friend and business partner until Camp's own mysterious death in unusual circumstances in a plane crash in February of 1985, almost a year to the day before Barry Seal himself would get killed. And on the plane home from Honduras, so I guess July 31st, 1980, is when Barry Seal would meet Roger Reeves, who you'll remember we met earlier in the video. In 2016, he wrote and released the book titled Smuggler, Roger Reeves, a memoir, and gives his detailed accounting of his dealings with the cartel and Barry Seal and so on. And it was through Roger Reeves that Barry Seal would begin his connections with the Medellin cartel that was being run by the Ochoa brothers, Pablo Escobar, Carlos Lader, and Jose Rodriguez Gacha. And it's through these connections that turned Barry Seal the man, from the myth, into the legend. Welcome to the 1980s. There's a few points in history that are truly pivotal moments, where the repercussions send a ripple effect echoing down the decades that follow. And the Reagan and Bush administration of the 1980s certainly qualifies as one of those times. Now again, we're going to skip ahead a few years and quickly look into Barry Seal's troubles in Florida and Louisiana beginning in 1983, which led to probably his most famous of moments, with his most famous or infamous of planes, the Fat Lady. And then, we're going to take a cold hard look at the actual truth of everything. Now if you go over to the WBRZ News website, there's a couple of Barry Seal documentaries that you'll want to watch. And you'll find the link again at the end of this video in the credits, as well as linked in the description below. And what they are 2 one-hour specials on Barry Seal, with the first one being done in November of 1984 titled Uncle Sam Wants You, and the second one airing in March of 1986 titled Murder of a Witness, the Barry Seal story. And I'd just like to say that we owe a great debt to journalist reporter John Camp and the rest of the WBRZ News team for documenting what they did, when they did, about such an important yet mysterious person in Barry Seal. So let's hear from John Camp and WBRZ News and how they got involved in the whole Barry Seal story.
Good evening, I'm John Camp. In September 1984, I received a telephone call from a man named Barry Seal, who claimed he was being treated unfairly by law enforcement officials in Baton Rouge. I set up a meeting with Seal at which he told me a bizarre story about his undercover exploits while working with Miami drug agents and even the CIA. Seal had videotapes of network news stories corroborating portions of his narrative. As time went by, I was able to confirm most of what Seal claimed, and my skepticism diminished.
And one of the things that Barry Seal did to show John Camp that he was indeed working with federal agencies was that he set up a sting operation with the news crew against the DEA.
These two men are federal drug agents. The third man is Baton Rouge pilot and soldier of fortune, Barry Seal,
very careful
described by some law enforcement officials as one of the biggest arms and drug smugglers in the country. But it was Seal, not the drug agents, who asked us to videotape the meeting. This rendezvous between Barry Seal and agents of the Federal Drug Enforcement Agency took place outside a motel near Miami International Airport. The suspected smuggler wanted us to secretly videotape the meeting for what he called self-protection.
I received a sum of $10,000 today in cash and $100 bills. Payment received in payback of a loan that I made to a DEA operative who's working in this covert operation at this time.
Barry Seal is an enigma. On one hand, he's been working closely with federal drug agents in Miami and with the Central Intelligence Agency. He is a key witness in one of the most significant drug investigations ever conducted in South Florida. But at the same time, here in his hometown of Baton Rouge, the veteran pilot has been target of an intensive and what he describes unfair investigation.
Here's a quick breakdown to help you better understand what's going on during this time period. The time of production of this video with Barry Seal and John Camp is in September-October of 1984. So all the footage you see of Barry Seal was taken during those 2 months. And as you can see by this DEA document, they had been watching Barry Seal for a few years at this point. And this was under what was known as Operation Screamer. And from that, Barry Seal was indicted on March 16, 1983, and he was found guilty on February 17, 1984. And then on March 24, 1984, he flew to Washington and cut a deal with the Federal Drug Task Force, and they gave him an immunity deal to keep him out of jail in exchange for becoming an informant. On March 27, 1984, he was given 2 5-year sentences, but staying out of jail on an appeal bond, with the ultimate fate of that case to be decided on how good of an informant he would become or not. June 24, 1984, that's when he would go on that sting operation in Nicaragua, producing the photos of Pablo Escobar loading cocaine onto the Fat Lady. And then September 1984, Barry Seal would call WBRZ reporter John Camp, and that's pretty much where we are right now when you watch these video clips of Barry Seal. And he went to John Camp and WBRZ because even though his troubles in Florida were pretty much behind him, and he had a handle on them, the prosecutors and the judge in Louisiana were still after him. And here's a couple of clips from John Camp and WBRZ News on the matter.
It is Seal's involvement with Colombian cocaine traffickers that has made him a government target. Adding to his reputation as world-class drug smuggler was a conviction and long prison sentence handed down early this year in a major drug case in South Florida labeled Operation Screamer. Facing 10 years in federal prison, Seal agreed to cooperate with investigators in setting up the Nicaraguan mission. But federal officials in Baton Rouge were not involved in the deal made with Seal, and a joint federal-state task force had already made him a major target.
So even though Barry Seal had cut a deal and became a DEA informant, some jurisdictions didn't care, such as Louisiana, and were still trying to target him. And this is after what he had already done in the so-called sting operation in Nicaragua. And actually it was the authorities who first approached Barry Seal about becoming an informant, a prospect which at that time he had turned down.
But the bottom line was, how about helping us make a bust? How about setting somebody up? Give us a load. We'll let you get away. Set up a crime. And we want to make a bust. We want you to set somebody up. If you don't help us, we're going to get you anyway. I said, well, it's real hard for you to knock on the door of my airplane at night when I'm doing 200 miles an hour and say you're under arrest. You're not going to involve me with anything. Well, we're going to get you with somebody on the ground. We're going to find somebody on the ground that's going to roll against you. Well, I just blew this off. I didn't think that there was going to be anything more to it.
And that's exactly what happened. Someone rolled against him in Operation Screamer. And after a guilty ruling on February 17, 1984, Barry Seal went looking to make a deal. Only now the authorities weren't willing to play ball.
Seal, according to later testimony, did not give up. Question: where did you try next? Seal's answer: I called the office of the Vice President of the United States.
And indeed, that is what happened. And of course, the Vice President of the United States at the time was George H.W. Bush, and it was through his Federal Drug Task Force that Barry Seal would become a DEA informant. So how did Barry Seal get in contact with George Bush, you might be wondering? Well, if we look here at The Secret Life of Bill Clinton by Ambrose Evans Pritchard, who is currently the international business editor of the Daily Telegraph out in the UK, and an excellent researcher too, I might add. We can see where he's talking about Barry Seal and his failed attempts to strike a deal, and says he went over their heads to Washington. He was helped out by his lawyer, the ubiquitous Richard Benveniste, who later happened to be the chief counsel for the Democrats in the Center Whitewater investigation. About Barry Seal, he said, I did my part by launching him into the arms of Vice President Bush, who embraced him as an undercover operative. So, that's how Barry Seal first got in contact with George H.W. Bush, a contact that would grow, as we'll see later on. Now, something else I came across that I found rather interesting was this interview with Ben Veneste when he was the 9/11 commissioner, and this was on April 24th, 2003. And the interviewer mentions Daniel Hopsiker and the book Barry and the Boys, and says, you are mentioned in it. It's a book about a former client of yours, Mr. Barry Seal, and asks, are you familiar with this book? And Richard Benveniste responds, no, I haven't read the book, but I did represent Barry Seal, who was convicted. He thereafter, on his own, became a government informant. He worked against the Sandinistas, and that certainly is not the subject of this. And then the interviewer cuts him off by stating, that's not the subject of, to which Richard Benveniste cuts him off again to say, we have quite a bit to do here in our commission without going into all my private practice. I certainly wouldn't want this to be an infomercial for Richard Benveniste as a private attorney. And then the interviewer responds, no, not at all. But the question was, Daniel Hopsiker is, and Benveniste cuts him off again and says, so, if you wouldn't mind staying on our subject. And quite clearly, Richard Benveniste does not want to talk about Barry Seal whatsoever. And you notice how he said, he thereafter on his own became a government informant, totally distancing himself from any involvement whatsoever with how Barry Seal became involved with the DEA and George Bush. And this guy's a 9/11 commissioner. Go figure. So anyways, now that he's cut a deal to become an informant, let's have a look at the sting operation in Nicaragua in June of 1984.
Our mission was coordinated by the CIA and the Drug Enforcement Administration of the United States. Camera was mounted here on this bulkhead by the CIA. They had a remote control camera enclosed in an electronics box with a small eye on it so that it looked like an electronic gizmo inside the airplane.
And most people don't know it, but the so-called sting operation actually began a few weeks before June 24th, 1984. And it didn't begin with Barry Seal's favorite camouflage plane, the Fat Lady, either.
The daring sting operation moved into high gear with meetings with Jorge Ochoa, the eldest son of Fabio Ochoa, reputed to be one of the leading cocaine suppliers in the world. According to subsequent court testimony, Seal was contacted by the Ochoa family about transporting 3,000 kilos of cocaine into the United States from Colombia. This was followed by numerous meetings which were secretly photographed and telephone conversations that were recorded. Finally, arrangements were made to pick up the first shipment of cocaine, about 1,500 pounds, at an airstrip controlled by the Ochoa family in the Colombian jungles. The mission almost ended there when Seal's plane, overloaded with cocaine, crashed and burned. A second plane was provided by the Ochoas. Seal took off for the United States with instructions to stop in Nicaragua, where arrangements for refueling had been made. But Seal said a mix-up caused more problems.
We took a round in the left engine climbing out over the mountains in the clouds, and we lost the left engine, and we had to go back and make an emergency landing at the Sandino Managua International Airport about 10 o'clock at night. And we're immediately surrounded by the armed forces there, and we were hustled off and thrown in prison for a couple of days until the newspapers calmed down. The way they reported it to the newspapers was a local flight had taken off and had lost its way, and that the gunfire was tracer bullets shot by the anti-aircraft guns to show the pilot where to land at.
So, the so-called sting operation in Nicaragua began with Barry Seal flying to Colombia to pick up a load of cocaine, and his plane crashed upon leaving, and the cartel gave him another plane, and then it got shot down over Nicaragua. So, remember earlier when I said almost everybody in this story isn't telling the truth, including Barry Seal? Well, other than being shot down over Nicaragua and taken around in the left engine, as he said, everything else he said there near the end is pretty much a bunch of BS. And we're going to unravel the truth in the next chapter. But let's continue on with the so-called sting operation, as Barry Seal's famous plane, the Fat Lady, would now enter the picture.
Finally, last June 24th, Seal's C-123, rigged with cameras by the CIA, was flown to Nicaragua. As cameras snapped pictures, 1,400 pounds of cocaine was loaded onto the huge plane. Seal's involvement in the joint CIA-DEA sting operation resulted in the indictment of 11 people, including 2 men reputed to be among the leading cocaine traffickers in the world.
And it should also be noted that Seal's involvement in the joint CIA-DEA sting operation also resulted in the beginning of Barry Seal's downfall. Less than a month after the so-called sting operation, someone leaked the story to the newspapers, starting with the Washington Times. And the names Pablo Escobar and Fabio Ochoa, who was one of the Ochoa brothers, appeared alongside those news articles, as did some of the pictures that Barry Seal took, including this one, which shows Pablo Escobar. And who leaked all this to the press? Well, if we look to the report prepared by the Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations of the Committee on Foreign Relations for the United States Senate, or more commonly known as the Kerry Committee, which is actually more like the Kerry cover-up, as I generally refer to it as, but whatever you want to call it, it gets that name from its chairman, John Kerry. And the report was issued in December of 1988. And part of the reason I call it the Kerry Cover-Up Committee is that for a Senate investigation that was looking into the 1980s crack cocaine epidemic, they only dedicated a mere 3 paragraphs to Barry Seal, and another sentence later on. However, there are some pretty good truths to be found if you take the time to read through it and watch the hearings, including this little tidbit that lets us know who leaked the sting operation in Nicaragua, telling us the operation was disclosed prematurely to the press. One individual in the U.S. government, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, decided to play politics with the issue. So with Barry Seal's cover now blowing, the DEA pulled him from future undercover missions against the Medellin cartel. And to make matters worse, he still got the sentence looming over his head from Florida, as well as the authorities from Louisiana bearing down on him. And by September of 1984, with the deal that he cut from Vice President George H.W. Bush's drug task force that looked to be able to keep him out of jail on the Florida case,
just say no.
he contacted John Camp and WBRZ News in an attempt to turn the tables on the Louisiana case, and he seemed to be pretty optimistic about his chances.
There's no way they can indict me.
But then,
in December 1984, U.S. Attorney Stanford Bardwell held a news conference to announce Seal's indictment.
And from this DEA report, you can see he was arrested on December 21st, 1984, in the Middle District of Louisiana on cocaine charges, and his bail was $250,000, which he posted, and he was released on his personal recognizance. They also list Barry Seal's previous major arrests as well. And even though Barry Seal's exposure in the media prevented him from future sting operations against the Medellin cartel, By late 1984 and into 1985, the DEA would ramp up things with Barry Seal, still using him in operations elsewhere.
Seal was involved in another sting operation, leading to the indictment of 3 top officials of the Turks and Caicos Islands in the Caribbean. For years, the island, a British territory, was a favorite refueling stop for drug smugglers. Drug agents secretly videotaped Seal meeting with the island's top officials and paying a bribe for help in the drug smuggling operations. His testimony led to the convictions of the 3 government officials. This same case resulted in the indictment of 9 defendants in a drug conspiracy investigation in Las Vegas. All were convicted based on Seal's testimony.
And in October of 1985, Barry Seal would give testimony to the President's Commission on Organized Crime.
Flew into these areas by helicopter. We dropped the cocaine by parachute in a totally inaccessible swampy area in Louisiana. And the helicopter then proceeded to the pickup point, loaded the helicopter with the cocaine. The airplane would then turn around and either go back to Mexico or Colombia, or proceed uneventfully, unloaded, no problems, to any normal airport in the United States. My top load paid me $1.5 million for a single trip.
And also in October of 1985, Barry Seal would go for final sentencing in the Miami trial against him in Operation Screamer.
In the meantime, Seal had done such an outstanding job as a witness, the government was ready to fulfill its end of the bargain struck with Miami officials. In October 1985, the Baton Rouge pilot went before Federal District Court Judge Norman Rutger in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, for final sentencing. After hearing testimony, Judge Rutger said he was convinced Seal was a changed man. I think it is well known to all people in this district that promises of cooperation don't cut any ice with me at all. But the judge added that when a cooperating witness rises above the level that they have put their life in a position of peril, then I think they deserve to be suitably rewarded. The judge set aside Seal's 10-year sentence.
So, with the Miami indictments out of the way, Barry Seal was looking in pretty good shape. And there was a deal in place for the Louisiana trial as well. But it was a deal made with the government that the judge didn't like.
On December 20th, 1985, Seal went to federal court in Baton Rouge for final sentencing. Judge Palazzolo lashed out at Seal, saying drug dealers like Mr. Seal are the lowest, most despicable people I can think of. Palazzolo then imposed a sentence of probation, a $35,000 fine, restricted travel, and the biggest surprise, 6 months in a halfway house.
And it would be that surprising 6-month sentence at a halfway house that would actually turn into a death sentence for Barry Seal. Everyone knew at the time there was a contract on Barry Seal, dead or alive, allegedly from the cartel, including Barry Seal, who wasn't too worried about it.
The old saying, if you can't stand the heat, don't work in the kitchen. I can take the pressure. I'm not worried about the contract. If it comes, it comes.
And thanks to the ruling by Judge Palazzolo, everyone knew exactly where Barry Seal would have to be for the next 6 months. So on February 19th, 1986, at about 6 p.m., as Barry Seal was parking his car in the Salvation Army, reporting as per his sentence by Judge Palazzolo, his final death sentence would be carried out.
He used to smuggle drugs, then he got caught and he became one of the government's most valuable informants in the war against cocaine. But last night in Louisiana, Barry Seal's enemies caught up with him and killed him. Tonight, 3 men are in custody. NBC's Brian Ross reports that Seal was about to testify for the government once again.
And Seal is scheduled to be the key witness against this man, Jorge Ochoa, the top Colombian drug boss, now in jail in Spain, about to be extradited to the United States.
Except thanks to Barry Seal's murder, Jorge Ochoa wasn't extradited to the United States. Instead, he was sent back to Colombia, where he would continue to run the Medellin cartel. And that would be the end of the Barry Seal story, or so everybody thought. Less than a month after Barry Seal's murder, in a move similar to the Washington Times and other newspapers in 1984, President Ronald Reagan would appear on TV using the pictures that Barry Seal took to tell the American people that it was the Nicaraguan government, known as the Sandinistas, that were shipping in the cocaine to the United States that was causing a crack epidemic across the country.
The Sandinistas have even involved themselves in the international drug trade. I know every American parent concerned about the drug problem will be outraged to learn that top Nicaraguan government officials are deeply involved in drug trafficking. This picture, secretly taken at a military airfield outside Managua, shows Federico Vaughn, a top aide to one of the 9 commandantes who rule Nicaragua, loading an aircraft with illegal narcotics bound for the United States. No, there seems to be no crime to which the Sandinistas will not stoop. This is an outlaw regime.
An outlaw regime, eh? Literally everything Ronald Reagan just said there was a bunch of BS. And worse, he was never called out on it. Ever. But of course not to worry, because coming up we are going to call him out on it. Even though Barry Seal's murder had silenced him, leaving him unable to expose any more of the truth. About 8 months after his murder, on October 5th, 1986, Barry Seal's famous and favorite plane, the Fat Lady, would sing one final tune on the matter as it was shot down over Nicaragua, exposing what would become known as Iran-Contra. And this is what was left of the Fat Lady after being shot down. And similar to her former owner, Barry Seal, the Fat Lady would be shot down with plenty of secrets to be revealed. And now, we're going to start unraveling all those secrets.
This picture, secretly taken at a military airfield outside Managua, shows Federico Vaughn, a top aide to one of the 9 commandantes who rule Nicaragua, loading an aircraft with illegal narcotics bound for the United States.
Okay, so that's a bunch of BS. Federico Vaughn certainly wasn't a top aide to one of the Nicaraguan ministers. In fact, it looks like he was probably a CIA asset. Let's have a look. From the Victoria Advocate on Friday, July 29, 1988, they printed an article about congressional hearings that started the day before on July 28th that was looking into the drug smuggling that was going on during the Contra efforts. And you probably never heard about this subcommittee or the results, and there's a reason for that, which we'll see in a few minutes. But this should give you a bit of a hint, as we have to travel back to Section C, page 5, to find this story, which tells us the subcommittee released information that cast doubt on Vaughn's connection with the Nicaraguan government. Hughes, or Congressman William Hughes, who was the chairman of the subcommittee, said the subcommittee staff recently called Vaughn's number in Managua, Nicaragua, and spoke to a domestic employee who said the house belonged to a U.S. Embassy employee. So how about that? Federico Vaughn's phone number traces to a house belonging to an employee of the U.S. Embassy. Hughes said his investigators were told the house has been continuously rented by the United States since 1981. And remember that year, 1981, as we're going to swing back to it later on. But as you can see, Federico Vaughn traces back to a house that was rented by the U.S. Embassy since 1981. But if they really wanted Federico Vaughn, all they had to do was ask Oliver North, because Oliver North's diary had several references to Freddie Vaughn, including a July 6th entry that said, "Freddie coming in late July," which absolutely makes total sense if you consider that Federico Vaughn is actually a CIA asset inside Nicaragua. One of the things that Oliver North was in charge of was keeping track of all the assets and supplies and supply lines and so on, and his diaries, sloppy as they are, played a big part in that. And you'll find a few of his entries concerning Federico Vaughn in the National Security Archive, including a June 27, 1984 entry where he's talking about the cartel in possible negotiations to move on refining effort to Nicaragua. But again, notice the date, June 27, 1984. Well, Barry Seal flew to Nicaragua on June 24, 1984, in the so-called Sting operation. And all I can say is, how can you have headlines like this based off of the so-called sting operation on June 24th, when according to Oliver North, there were still only impossible negotiations to move to Nicaragua. And those negotiations included Pablo Escobar, informant, pilot, is indicted criminal, that's Barry Seal, and Carlos Lader, and Freddie Vaughn. And of course, they never set up shop in Nicaragua, and we're going to have an even deeper look at these connections coming up. But here's another entry from Oliver North's diary dated July 9th, 1984, where he notes a call from Claridge, who was CIA agent Dwayne Claridge, and also notes DEA Miami pilot, that's Barry Seal again, went and talked to Vaughn, Freddie Vaughn, who wanted an aircraft to go to Bolivia to pick up paste, which is meaning cocaine paste, and he wants the aircraft to pick up 1,500 kilos of it. So that's only a few entries into Oliver North's diaries concerning Frederico Vaughn, and we can see that Oliver North has been very well kept appraised of Frederico Vaughn's actions. And of course he didn't report any of it at the time, or at all for that matter. Which makes sense, of course, because as I said, Oliver North's job was to keep track of the assets and supply lines and keep everything flowing. And let's have a look at this article from Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting. On July 28th, the House Judiciary Subcommittee on Crime, chaired by Congressman William Hughes, held the first of a series of hearings into whether Reagan administration officials condoned drug smuggling and other criminal activities to further its Central America policy. And here's why you most likely never heard about this, but they note that CBS Evening News, the only major network to cover the proceedings, reported on the testimony of DEA agent Ernest Jacobson. And then they tell you a little bit about Barry Seal, and note that they also say the case against the cartel had been engineered by Barry Seal. The article then goes on to tell us about how when the Washington Times broke the story in July of 1984, all the major news networks jumped on the story as well. But in 1988, the media showed much less interest when Subcommittee Chairman Hughes recently disclosed he had new evidence that the entire Sandinista connection was a U.S. intelligence fabrication. Particularly suspicious is the role of Federico Vaughn, the supposed Sandinista official, who appears to have been a U.S. spy all along. And there you go. And I would further that by suggesting, as I mentioned before, that he's actually a CIA asset. And like the major news networks, with the exception of CBS as noted, no word of the Hughes hearings appeared in the Washington Post or the New York Times. Instead, the Times ran a brief item in its Sunday National edition quoting President Reagan's weekly radio broadcast about how Sandinista officials are still involved in drug trafficking.
This picture, secretly taken at a military airfield outside Managua.
So it turns out that's even a lie too. As we can see from this article that the CIA decided the need to have classified for 25 or so years, probably because it tells too much of the truth. But on April 22nd, 1987, the headlines in the Wall Street Journal read, "Doubts rise on report Reagan cited in tying Sandinistas to cocaine." And about the so-called, quote, military airfield that Reagan was talking about, we can see from further on in the article that the State Department now confirms that Los Braziles is a civilian airfield, used mainly for agricultural flights. It is also listed as a civilian field in a Defense Department flight information publication. So they knew the whole time it wasn't a military airfield, and what Ronald Reagan said on TV was an absolute lie, like the rest of what he said. And let's go back to the first page of this article and have a look at maybe why the CIA decided this needed to be classified for a couple of decades.
I know every American parent concerned about the drug problem will be outraged to learn that top Nicaraguan government officials are deeply involved in drug trafficking.
Okay, so let's have a look at some of the actual truth of things. The Drug Enforcement Administration says the cocaine on Mr. Seal's C-123 is the only drug shipment by way of Nicaragua that it knows of. And that's never changed to this day, just to note. And Mr. Seal said he had brought it there to begin with, as we already saw earlier. And likewise, as we just looked at, the Nicaraguan military airfield is in fact a civilian field used chiefly for crop dusting. In fact, the man who supervised Mr. Seal's work for the government, Richard Gregory, Chief Assistant U.S. Attorney in Miami, says he could find no information beyond Mr. Seal's word tying any Nicaraguan official to the drug shipment. As for Federico Vaughn, Federal prosecutors and drug officials now say they aren't sure who he is. So everything Ronald Reagan said on TV was based on the word of Barry Seal alone, and that's it? Well, let's read on. The Justice Department says that he, Barry Seal, was accepted as an informant to trap Colombian dealers, and that everyone was surprised to learn later of a Nicaraguan connection. But Mr. Kennedy, another agent, recalls Mr. Seal saying at their first meeting that the officials of the Nicaraguan government are involved in smuggling cocaine into the United States, specifically the Sandinistas. The department says it knows that Mr. Seal's C-123 went to Nicaragua because the device on board the plane enabled satellites to track it. But Mr. Gregory, the federal prosecutor in Miami, and the DEA's Mr. Jora concede that their only evidence of who Mr. Vaughn is comes from Mr. Seal, and a tape of a call to a man Mr. Seal identified as him. So how about that? The so-called sting operation marks the only time that a shipment of cocaine made its way from Nicaragua to the United States, and Barry Seal was the one that brought that cocaine into Nicaragua to begin with. And we also see that the DEA and the U.S. Attorney's Office admit that their only evidence of who Federico Vaughn is comes from Barry Seal. And again, don't forget, the CIA decided this needed to be classified for a couple of decades or so. Just like they decided the same fate for this article from the Washington Times, November 19th, 1986. And something else to note, I find it pretty interesting that they underlined this particular section before they made their copies and classified it. It's likely because these 4 simple lines pretty much spell out the whole so-called sting operation. Simply put, critics have alleged that the CIA set up the deal involving Mr. Ochoa, Barry Seal, and Mr. Vaughn to discredit the Sandinista government, which appears is exactly what happened. We saw how Federico Vaughn's phone number traces back to a house rented by the U.S. Embassy since 1981. U.S. federal officials eventually admit they aren't sure who Vaughn is. U.S. Attorney Richard Gregory and DEA agent Robert Jora admit that their only evidence of who Mr. Vaughn is comes from Mr. Seal. Nicaragua stated that Federico Vaughn once worked for a government-run export-import company, but left before the sting operation. Miami U.S. attorneys and the DEA were surprised to hear Barry Seal say that the Sandinistas were shipping cocaine into the United States. U.S. Attorney Richard Gregory says he could find no information beyond Barry Seal's word tying any Nicaraguan official to the drug shipment. The DEA admits that the only cocaine shipment to come out of Nicaragua that they know of came from the sting operation, and Barry Seal brought that cocaine in to Nicaragua to begin with. So like I say, when Ronald Reagan went on TV to tell the American people that the Sandinistas were the ones bringing in the cocaine, he did that based on the information strictly from Barry Seal. Barry Seal managed to fool not only Reagan, but the DEA, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the CIA. Though we did just see the DEA and the U.S. Attorney's Office admit they didn't know anything, and it all came from Barry Seal. And when you put all the pieces together, I think the more likely outcome is that it was a CIA operation working with Barry Seal to not just get leniency on Barry Seal's charges, but also to discredit the Sandinistas. But here's something else to think about. Why would Ronald Reagan wait almost 2 years to go on TV with that announcement? And why would he pick that particular time to do it? And the answer would be because only 3 months before he went on TV, his beloved Contras were actually being exposed as being the ones who were dealing with the cartel and bringing in the cocaine. From the Associated Press on December 20th, 1985, journalists Brian Barger and Robert Perry would put out the very first news article linking the Contras to the cocaine flow, writing that Nicaraguan rebels have engaged in cocaine trafficking, according to U.S. investigators and American volunteers who work with rebels. Associated Press reporters interviewed officials from the DEA, Customs Service, FBI, and Costa Rica's Public Security Ministry, as well as rebels and Americans who work with them. 5 of the whistleblowers interviewed said they were doing it because they feared the trafficking would ultimately discredit the war effort. These American rebel backers said 2 Cuban Americans used armed rebel troops to guard cocaine at clandestine airfields in northern Costa Rica. They identified the Cuban Americans as members of the 2506 Brigade, an anti-Castro group that participated in the 1961 Bay of Pigs attack on Cuba. Go figure. And I wonder who those 2 Cuban Americans were. And just to throw it out there, from the Los Angeles Times, we can see Felix Rodriguez, who was indeed heavily involved in Iran-Contra, as well as alleged to be in part of Operation 40, was also a part of Brigade 2506. And at some point, he would go on to be the president of the Bay of Pigs Veterans Association, Brigade 2506. And we learned some more about the 2506 Brigade from PBS's Frontline, who aired a show on May 17, 1988, titled Guns, Drugs, and the CIA.
The Miami Cubans of Brigade 2506 are still ready to support the anti-communist cause, 30 years after their failed invasion of Cuba. They were willing recruits for the CIA's war against Nicaragua. The brigade supplied soldiers in the field, commanders, and fundraisers for the Contra cause. The brigade had been created and trained by the CIA for the Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. After their defeat, the CIA continued to maintain and use this skilled force of covert operators wherever they were needed. Their numbers grew into the thousands. They had their own navy, as well as other assets provided by the CIA, including businesses and banks.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Remember earlier when I said that almost everybody in this story isn't telling the truth? Well, I'm not going to say that John Camp and WBRZ News actually lied to us, but it wasn't until I finished watching both the Barry Seal documentaries for a second time that I realized that there's 2 words I didn't hear mentioned even once in either hour-long special on Barry Seal. And those 2 words that shall not be spoken are Mena, Arkansas. Now, if you've seen American Made, or one of the many YouTube videos that are out there floating around on Barry Seal, you'll know that the years that he spent at Mena were the biggest of his smuggling career. Located in the western district of Arkansas, tucked in at the southern edge of the Ouachita Mountains, Mena would seem like a very unlikely place for a would-be successful smuggler to set up shop. But with the Mena Airport located a little less than 2 miles south of Mena, this tiny airport, whose first hangar was built in 1942, then was opened as an emergency landing strip by the Civil Aeronautics Commission in 1946, would prove to be the perfect landing spot for Barry Seal's future plans. And a lot of people incorrectly think that Barry Seal moved his operations to Mena, Arkansas in 1982. But as we can see from these Arkansas newspapers, he first started setting up shop in 1981. And I believe one researcher I seen noted his first appearances there as early as April of 1981. But 1981 is when he was setting things up, and by 1982 his operations were fully integrated into Mena. And Mena would be his base of operations for the next 4 years until he was murdered. And yet John Camp and WBRZ News don't mention a peep about him being at Mena, Arkansas over the course of 2 one-hour-long documentaries. And it's not like they didn't know that Barry Seal had some sort of connection to Mena, Arkansas, because all the interviews that were shot between Barry Seal and John Camp and the Fat Lady were taken at Mena, Arkansas. And we can see that in this footage here, which can be found in both videos, that shows one of the hangars at Mena Airport. And just to confirm that, if we go over here to the Arkansas Times, in an article written by Mara Leverett, who's an excellent researcher, journalist, and author too, I might add, who on top of writing countless articles and award-winning books like Boys on the Tracks and The Devil's Knot, she's also researched and written extensively about Barry Seal's time in Arkansas as well. And along with Russell Welch of the Arkansas State Police and Bill Duncan of the Internal Revenue Service Criminal Investigation Division, I consider these three to be the most knowledgeable and honest of investigators when it comes to Barry Seal's operations during his time in Mena, Arkansas. But anyways, back to the interviews, Mara Leverett writes, Seal flew Louisiana TV reporter Jack Camp to Mena, and Jack's another name for John for those who don't know, where he allowed Camp to film him inside the C-123 as he talked about his work for the DEA, while pointing out the places where the CIA technicians had hidden their cameras. So there you go. John Camp and WBRZ News indeed flew to Mena to film the footage of Barry Seal and the Fat Lady. But yet on both their one-hour documentaries on Barry Seal, they neglect to mention the words Mena or Arkansas. And in fact, if you actually go through them and pay attention, you'll see that they were careful enough to have the angles of the cameras in such a position that it wouldn't show any of the buildings or landmarks to show where it was, other than the odd flash of part of a hangar as we saw. And I'll tell you why that is. A hint can be seen on the dates on when those shows aired. The first show, which aired November 1984, was almost 2 full years after the first Boland Amendment was passed in the House of Representatives. And the second show aired March of 1986, about a month after Barry Seal was murdered, but a full 8 months before Barry Seal's favorite plane, the Fat Lady, would be shot down over Nicaragua and exposing Iran-Contra. So it was either Barry Seal who convinced John Camp and WBRZ to not say a word about Mena or Arkansas for some reason, or it was somebody higher up the food chain telling John Camp and WBRZ News not to say anything about Mena, Arkansas because of national security reasons. And don't forget, the second show was aired a month after Barry Seal was already murdered. So we're going to dig into that a little bit, and we're also going to hear from Russell Welch and Bill Duncan.
Civil war in Central America, drug smuggling in Arkansas, President Ronald Reagan and President Bill Clinton, the subject of tonight's Eye on America. But first, a little background. In the early 80s, a war was underway for control of Nicaragua. On one side, the ruling Marxist regime, the Sandinistas. On the other side, rebel forces, the Contras, labeled by the Reagan administration as pro-democracy freedom fighters. A base of support for the Contra movement, remote western Arkansas. Correspondent Bill Plant has been investigating for tonight's Eye on America.
1983, Ronald Reagan was president, Bill Clinton was governor, and little Mena, Arkansas changed from a quiet town to a center for drug smuggling and reported Contra support activity. In the middle of it all, this man, admitted dope smuggler Barry Seal.
He started doing business with the Ochoa family in Colombia, hauling his dope.
Arkansas State Trooper Russell Welch investigated Seal's organization.
Each trip would have 250 to 350 pounds of cocaine. He stated that he made $1 million in one trip alone.
Seal built this hangar at Rich Mountain Aviation at the Mena Airport for his high-tech smuggling planes, used to fly guns to the Contras and more than 20 tons of cocaine into the U.S. over 3.5 years. Former IRS agent William Duncan traced some of Seal's drug profits laundered through Mena banks.
We had direct testimony from people who were involved in the money laundering operation. We had testimony from people at banks who observed the transactions.
And after years of investigating, Russell Welch and Bill Duncan would discover quite a number of astounding things. And what would happen to them, and especially Russell Welch, and their investigation, would prove to be even more astounding.
In 1983, I was made aware that Sheriff Hadaway and one of his auxiliary deputies, Terry Capehart, were investigating a smuggling operation going on at the Mena Airport. The airplanes, the aircraft that Barry Seal had there at Rich Mountain Aviation there was only one purpose for them. There was only one use for that type of aircraft, and that was smuggle cocaine. They had special cargo doors installed in the side without FAA permission so that these doors could be opened in flight. They'd pull in, slide back, and the cocaine could be dropped out of the side in flight.
I gathered extensive evidence that there was money laundering, including bank records, direct witness testimony, testimony from some of the individuals that actually participated in the money laundering. All of this was sworn testimony. We could not understand what was happening. Neither Mr. Welch nor I were ever subpoenaed to testify before the grand jury and present massive amounts of evidence of wrongdoing by associates of Barry Seal. No indictments were ever returned against any of the individuals, and I can tell you there was extensive evidence. You're dealing with an international cocaine smuggler who moved his entire Air Force basically to the state of Arkansas. Everybody in law enforcement that was involved knew it.
And to further what Bill Duncan just said, we can have a look at this DEA report from December 22nd, 1983. And it's from the DEA office in Baton Rouge to all these other DEA offices across the country and out of the country. And what did all those agency offices know on December 22nd, 1983? That Barry Seal is believed to utilize the Mena airport for transferring cocaine smuggled into the United States by Seal and his associates. And keep the words, his associates, in the back of your mind as well as we go. Because remember what Bill Duncan said.
No indictments were ever returned against any of the individuals, and I can tell you there was extensive evidence.
And not only were there no indictments, ever, but the pressure from above was coming down on Russell Welch and Bill Duncan to ignore what was happening at the Mena airport.
The FBI agents, Tom Ross and Floyd Hayes, when they obviously, when I thought they were trying to tell me of something illegal going on without telling me what to do with it, I assumed that they wanted me to monitor and investigate. What it turned out to be eventually was that they were telling me to ignore what was apparent illegal activity.
And part of that illegal activity that Russell Welch was being told to ignore by the FBI was Barry Seal's role in Iran-Contra.
Smuggling guns to Nicaragua and being allowed as a reward to fly back into country with a load of cocaine.
And that pretty much sums up one of the many elephants in the room when it comes to Barry Seal in Mena, Arkansas and Iran-Contra. And it's an open secret. Everybody knows it, but yet no one was ever prosecuted from it. And the official story still, to this day, won't come anywhere near telling the truth about the matter. And just on a side note here, in this clip we're watching, watch Barry Seal come out of this turn on a landing approach with the fat lady, and you'll notice he heavily tips the plane to the left as he's going by the camera, only about 25 or 30 feet above the ground or so. I mean, that's a heck of a maneuver for such a big plane so close to the ground coming out of a hairpin turn like that. But that's Barry Seal showing off for the cameras. The only thing I'm surprised by is that he wasn't sticking his head out the window smiling as he went by. At any rate, Barry Seal and the operations at Mena Airport were being protected under the umbrella of Iran-Contra. And investigation after investigation, year by year, was shut down with no conclusions and no indictments, starting with Russell Welch and Bill Duncan's investigations.
The investigative process was becoming very difficult, and we weren't able to get access to certain kinds of information that we wanted through subpoenas, certain kind of witnesses.
Suddenly, we couldn't get subpoenas. How do you investigate out of a grand jury without subpoenas? How do you go to financial institutions and get records? You can't. Therefore, you can't investigate. You cannot follow the money trail.
One deputy foreman of the grand jury came forward and said that the U.S. attorney was stonewalling, that he was trying to keep them from doing their job with respect to the Mena Airport investigation.
You have witnesses in Fort Smith, Arkansas, that said they overheard one of the assistant U.S. attorneys up there say that they were told to kill the Mena investigation, that they were told to leave the Mena investigation alone, that they had indictments ready and they were told to drop them.
So they were covering up for the operations from Mena right from the get-go. And as we'll see in a while, they're still covering up the operations that happened at Mina to this day. And let's take a closer look at some of those operations. And if we look at the book Boys on the Tracks by Merrill Leverett, which contains a lot of information on Barry Seal, including a whole chapter on him. So if you want to learn a lot more about Barry Seal, I would highly recommend this book. But having a look inside, we can see Seal claimed that he employed more than 60 people whose activities he coordinated through state-of-the-art electronics. And then Merrill Leverett goes on to list some of that military-grade hardware that he had. And where do you suppose he got most of that hardware? But the point is, most people tend to think about Barry Seal as just Barry Seal, when in actuality, Barry Seal was heading a huge organization. And to highlight that, we can see this DEA report from June 3rd, 1983, that correctly states the Adler Berryman Seal organization. And to get a good idea of the size of his operation, we can see here where it says, current information indicates that the organization has control over at least 19 aircraft, including Lear jets, other fixed-wing aircraft, and helicopters, all of which are equipped with extensive navigation and communications equipment. Seal also has control over at least 2 ocean-going vessels, which are equipped with sophisticated electronics and other equipment, including helipads. And again, look at the date. Barry Seal was indicted by a grand jury on March 16th and arrested on March 17th in Operation Screamer, but he wouldn't be found guilty until February 17th of 1984. And yet here we can see the DEA, who were watching him in June 3rd, 1983, saying he's running this huge operation, and Arkansas State Police Detective Russell Welch and IRS Criminal Investigation Division Agent Bill Duncan are hot on his trail. And their investigations are being blocked and stymied at every turn, while the DEA is just sitting back and watching Barry Seal's moves. Literally, too, as we can see from this DEA report from September 29th, 1983, which states, on September 21st, 1983, a pen register was activated for the telephone at Adler E. Seal's residence, which means they put a wiretap on Barry Seal's phone at his home so they could listen into his conversations. And on the same date, pen registers were activated for the following coin-operated telephones frequently utilized by Seal. So when Barry Seal was doing business on the payphones all that time, the DEA was listening to every word. And we saw in December that the DEA put out a report that Barry Seal and his associates were using the Mina airport to smuggle cocaine into the United States. And then we can see the DEA on February 17th, 1984, the same day Barry Seal was found guilty in the charges from Operation Screamer in Miami. The DEA was right on top of it, putting out this report. And they let us know his sentencing is scheduled for March 27th, 1984. But as we saw, Barry Seal would contact George H.W. Bush's Vice Presidential Drug Task Force and cut a deal. So as you can see, the DEA was following Barry Seal very closely all along. And that's long before he cut a deal with George Bush's Drug Task Force.
Everybody in law enforcement that was involved knew it.
And let's have a look at what the FBI knew in this 2-page summary report on Barry Seal as of January 12th, 1983. September 1977, drug smuggling activities. August 1978, 600 pounds of marijuana. October 1978, 170,000 barbiturates, 100 pounds of marijuana, 2.4 kilos of cocaine. December 1978, 100 kilos of cocaine. March 1979, a quantity of cocaine. July 1979, the sale of an aircraft used by Seal. December 1979, 17.5 kilos of cocaine, and that's when he would be jailed in Honduras. January 1982, big narcotics deals. September 27th, 1982, excess of 50 kilos of cocaine. So that's what the FBI knew about Barry Seal as early as January 12th, 1983, and yet the cocaine kept flooding in. And look what it says at the bottom of the first page. This document contains neither recommendations nor conclusions of the FBI. Its contents are not to be distributed outside your agency. In other words, the FBI is saying that we don't recommend that anybody arrest Barry Seal, but just don't tell anybody about this. So the DEA and the FBI both knew and documented quite a lot about Barry Seal. So let's have a look at what the CIA says they know about Barry Seal. And they say, Adler Berryman, Barry Seal, has been the subject of several CIA record searches over the past decade, most recently in June 1995 at the request of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. No records of any contact with Seal or information about his alleged activities has ever been discovered during these searches. So the CIA knows nothing. You and me apparently know more about Barry Seal than the CIA does. Now the CIA wouldn't lie, would they? Well, yeah. Let's have a look. In 1995, during the Whitewater investigations, the House Banking and Financial Services Committee, led by its chairman, James Leach, was investigating the activities at MENA. And here's some of the CIA's answers in that investigation. Was Barry Seal's C-123K aircraft, serial number 54-0679, sold to him by the CIA? And the answer, Barry Seal's C-123K aircraft was not sold to him by CIA. And technically, I'll go along with that. And the second part of that question, was this plane later shot down over Nicaragua with a load of arms destined for the Contras? And the CIA answers, we do not know if this plane was shot down over Nicaragua with a load of arms destined for the Contras. And sorry, it's just kind of hard to read that statement without laughing. I mean, that's the Central Intelligence Agency, and you don't know? Anyways, right below that, we can see the CIA says, CIA has never owned any C-123K aircraft. Really? Let's not forget that the CIA officially owned Air America from 1958 to 1976. So in 1995, the CIA is saying they've never owned any C-123K aircraft. And a year and a half later, in December of 1996, they would double down on that, saying on page 2 of this document, as with the Southern Air Transport documents, there was no mention of C-123K aircraft being used by Air America. So in 1995 and 1996, the CIA denied ever owning any C-123s and said they didn't have any mention of any in their records. And yet here we can see a dossier titled Air America, Fairchild C-123 Providers, by, appropriately enough, Dr. Joe F. Leaker. And he's been compiling a dossier on Air America's C-123s since 2003. And if you'll notice, as of 2015, the PDF on this file has grown to 44 pages long. And what do we see on the very first page? An Air America C-123K in Laos in 1970. And the document opens by telling us the C-123 was another one of Air America's workhorses. But except for a short period in the early 70s, they were only used in Laos, of course. And when you go through the whole PDF file, you'll see picture after picture of a whole fleet of C-123s that were being run by Air America mostly in the 70s in Laos. And every one of these pictures represents a different C-123 and has all the end numbers listed as well as the date and place the pictures were taken. But the CIA says they've never owned any C-123K aircraft. So I'll double down now. And here we can see on September 26, 1969, Air America received an implementation order stating the government plans to make available the following aircraft. And that type of aircraft? Well, a C-123K, of course. And let's triple down on this. Here's an implementation order to Air America again on April 29, 1970. And they must have really liked the C-123K that they got in 1969 because they got a whole fleet of them in 1970. And these were all run by Air America from May 1st, 1970 through the duration of the contract, meaning the end of the Vietnam War. But there's no mention of C-123K aircraft being used by Air America. Well, let's go for another. On March 9th, 1973, we can see Air America again getting another C-123K aircraft. And if you'll notice what they're doing here, they're switching the end numbers and the serial numbers during the transfer. Here we can see an outright lie by the CIA in the responses to Chairman Leach's questions in the investigation in 1995. Going to the second page of the document, the question was put to the CIA, did the CIA have any involvement in or knowledge of the installation of cameras on SEAL's C-123K transport plane for use in a 1984 sting operation against the Sandinista official Federico Vaughn? And there's old Freddy again. But check out the CIA's answer. No. No? That's an outright lie right there. It was already public knowledge years earlier that the CIA installed the cameras on that plane. In fact, if we have a look at this report from May 3rd, 1988, in an interview with Dewey Claridge, who was Duane Claridge of the CIA, being done by House Judiciary Committee staff, that was part of the subcommittee on crime that we saw earlier, that saw only CBS Evening News actually cover their findings. And in the report we can see, during the briefing, Dewey recalled being asked by DEA to install a hidden camera on the plane piloted by Barry Seal. Dewey stated that it was his understanding that the photographs would be given to DEA to use in a possible trial. The agency's role in the entire operation was merely to support a law enforcement undertaking. Dewey recalls that one of the individuals photographed loading cocaine onto the plane was Federico Vaughn, an aide to the Nicaraguan Interior Minister. And there's that lie again too. But there you go, the CIA did install the cameras on Barry Seal's plane, and Duane Claridge was one of the CIA agents involved. And yet years later, the CIA felt the need to lie about it. So pretty much when it comes to anything Barry Seal or the Mena airport, whatever the CIA does have to say about it, I consider to be disinformation or just an outright lie. Now, to give you an idea of how much cocaine federal authorities figured that Barry Seal smuggled into the country, we can see this DEA report dated February 6, 1986, just 13 days before Barry Seal would be murdered, which states, on February 3, 1986, so just 16 days before he was murdered, IRS made a jeopardy assessment on Seal for $29,487,718 worth of delinquent taxes. The assessment was based on the 30,000 kilos of cocaine Seal smuggled into the U.S. from 1981 through 1983. And there's that 1981 date again that I told you to remember, and we're going to dive into that in the next chapter. But as you can see here, the IRS determined that Barry Seal smuggled in at least 30,000 kilos of cocaine between 1981 and 1983, and as we've already seen, he was operating from Mena, Arkansas for the bulk of that time. And despite all this evidence by federal authorities over numerous years, and keep in mind that what we've looked at is only a small example, but despite that and the massive amounts of evidence collected by Russell Welch and Bill Duncan, and an IRS assessment that Barry Seal smuggled in 30,000 kilos of cocaine between 1981 and 1983. So despite all of that evidence, we've been told for the last 20 plus years that it's all one big conspiracy theory. So let's go back to 1981 and have a look at some of the things that were transpiring. And here's Ronald Reagan being sworn in as president, and look at the look on George Bush's face. It's almost like he's looking at him thinking, this is bad, that should be me up there. Well, maybe I'll JFK him. And actually, 69 days later, this happened. And while this footage has been broadcast and rebroadcast around the world multiple times over the decades, this footage and part of the story seems to have been left behind by the mainstream narrative.
A touch of irony. The young man walking with the elder Hinckley is 30-year-old Scott Hinckley, John Jr.'s brother. He and Vice President Bush's son, Neil, are friends. They had planned to have dinner together in Denver tonight. The plans have been canceled.
So that's quite the coincidence, isn't it? And that's not all, as we can see from United Press International the day after the shooting. Neil Bush told the Post he knew the Hinckley family because they had made large contributions to the vice president's campaign. Sharon Bush said they, the Hinkleys, are a nice family and have given a lot of money to the Bush campaign. I understand he, John Hinckley, was just the renegade brother in the family. At any rate, that's what was in the news in 1981, the day after it happened, and was quickly forgotten about by the mainstream narrative in the years since. To the point that we can see, as for example from CNN, who have a page on John Hinckley Jr. called Fast Facts, that's been updated just this past September 11th, 2019. And in it, they make no mention of the Bush-Hinckley connection, of course, But they do have another little section called Other Facts, where they remind us once again what the official narrative has been pounding into our heads over the decades about Jodie Foster. And while I don't doubt the aspects of John Hinckley Jr.'s infatuation with Jodie Foster, I do doubt the intent of network clowns like CNN, who keep certain facts concealed so the public in general doesn't get to know all the facts of the story. I mean, the fact that the vice president's son was going to have dinner the following day with the brother of the would-be assassin to the president is quite the fact that CNN has left out of their, quote, other facts section. At any rate, Reagan survived, of course, and here we can see Reagan's first authorization, signed on March 9th, 1981, a few weeks before he was shot actually, instructing the CIA to provide all forms of training, equipment, and related assistance to cooperating governments throughout Central America. And notice that it says cooperating governments, not counter-revolutionaries, which is what the Contras were. But nonetheless, it was this document that gave rise to the assistance programs to the Contras by the CIA. We've seen that the phone number for Federico Vaughn went to a house that was continuously rented by the United States since 1981. And we also seen that Barry Seal began moving his operations to the Mina airport in 1981. And how about this for another coincidence? When Barry Seal's plane was shot down over Nicaragua, the pilot of the crash was William Cooper, and he started working for Southern Air Transport in 1981. And he was one of the chief pilots for Air America. Of course, but that's just a coincidence, right? Well, here's another. Israeli Mossad agent Michael Harari, quote, retired in 1980, would go on to be an advisor and an aide to Noriega in 1981, even though he would always deny this. And we can see here that while based in Mexico, he visited Panama and became friends with General Omar Torrijos Herrera, then Panama's leader, and his intelligence chief, Lieutenant Colonel Noriega. When General Noriega seized power and elevated his rank after General Torrijos died in a mysterious plane accident in 1981, the friendship between the two men, Harari and Noriega, blossomed. And in this picture you can see Harari directly behind Noriega at some point after he's in power. And again from United Press International on August 4th, 1981, we see this article on the same day as the funeral for General Torrijos, which says the occasion was marred by suggestions the CIA may have been responsible for the fiery plane crash Friday that killed Torrijos. And let's not forget that Noriega was on the CIA payroll since the early 70s. And here's Vice President Bush, former head of the CIA, in a meeting with Noriega on May 31st, 1983. What do you think they were discussing? Let's give a quick listen to Jose Blandón Castillo as he testified at the Kerry Committee hearings.
To the best of your recollection, and if you don't remember, tell us you don't remember, but approximately what year did this relationship with Colonel Arias begin with General Noriega?
In 1980.
Now, the nature of the business you have described as being narcotics and arms, is that the totality of it?
It began with arms business first, arms trafficking.
When did it move into narcotics?
In 1981.
And indeed, Panama, along with other countries like Honduras and Costa Rica and El Salvador, were used as transshipment points for the cocaine that would eventually flow into the United States. And Panama and Costa Rica were probably the biggest players in that, with Costa Rica having multiple hidden air bases to ship out the cocaine and bring in the weapons for the Contras, while nearly every single bank across Panama was being used by the cartels to launder money. And when the news started breaking at the end of 1985 that it was the Contras who were involved in cocaine trafficking, Reagan would then go on TV to tell the American public that it was the Sandinistas in Nicaragua that were bringing in the cocaine. Anyways, while looking at 1981, here's another coincidence. That just happened to be the same year that the Medellin cartel was formed. On March 13th, 1981, only 4 days after Ronald Reagan signed that directive authorizing the CIA to begin operations that would eventually lead to the formation of the Contras, two men dragged Martha Ochoa, the sister of drug trafficking brothers Jorge and Fabio Ochoa, into a car outside of Medellin University. With that single act, the kidnappers from the left-wing revolutionary M19 group sparked a chain of events that would change the face of Colombia's criminal and political alignment for decades to come. In other words, the creation of the Median cartel. Quite coincidentally too, like I say, in 1981. And let's have a look at some more of what was going on in 1981. Looking into the final report of the Independent Counsel for Iran-Contra matters that was conducted by Judge Lawrence Walsh, who was one of the few honest investigators in the whole thing, we can see that Oliver North was assigned to the National Security Council staff beginning in 1981. Go figure. And we can also see Dwayne R. Claridge, or Dewey Claridge, was posted as chief of the Latin American division from 1981. Naturally. And there's others to be seen, but I think you get the point. Are you starting to see a pattern here? On December 1st, 1981, Ronald Reagan would sign another finding, authorizing and directing the CIA to support and conduct paramilitary operations against Nicaragua. And then on December 22nd, 1981, we see the director of the CIA, Bill Casey, working with the Attorney General, William French Smith, in order to change the laws. And Casey writes to Smith saying, "Thank you for your letter advising me that your staff stands ready to work with mine to assure that legislation to revise the criminal code properly takes into account the nation's need for an effective intelligence community. I appreciate very much the cooperation of your department in assuring that the criminal code legislation meets our needs." And by February 11th, 1982, Attorney General Smith would write back to CIA Director William Casey, saying, "Thank you for your letter regarding the procedures governing the reporting and use of information concerning federal crimes. I have reviewed the draft of the procedures that accompanied your letter, and in particular, the minor changes made in the draft that I had previously sent to you. These proposed changes are acceptable, and therefore I have signed the procedures." And he goes on to say, "I have been advised that a question arose regarding the need to add narcotics violations to the list of reportable non-employee crimes." Then he goes on to sort of talk about other laws that would cover it. And then he says, "In light of these provisions, and in view of the fine cooperation the Drug Enforcement Administration has received from CIA, no formal requirement regarding the reporting of narcotics violations has been included in these procedures." What this all means is that the CIA Director William Casey and the Attorney General William French Smith changed the criminal code to allow the CIA to be exempt from having to report any narcotics violations from any of its assets or contract agents or people like that. And this would stay the standard procedure until they would change the laws again in 1995. And by 1996, the public would learn LA crack sales funded CIA-run Contras. The money pipeline was created after the CIA combined several armies to create 5,000-member anti-communist FDN Fuerza Democrática Nicaraguanese National Democratic Force in mid-1981, the newspaper reported. The same year, 1981, the drug ring sold almost a ton of cocaine to the Crips and Bloods. And this part of the Iran-Contra cocaine story is a bit more familiar to the public thanks to the efforts of Gary Webb and his Dark Alliance series. And if you don't know anything about him, I would recommend that you watch the movie Kill the Messenger with Jeremy Renner. It's far more factual to its subject matter than that of American Made or Double Crossed. And speaking of the FDN, here's a photograph with Ronald Reagan in April of 1985. And there's Oliver North, of course. And this guy is Adolfo Calero, head of the FDN, the largest of the Contra forces. And here's a picture of Adolfo Calero from June of 1984, standing beside two known drug traffickers, as well as Contra supporters, Danilo Blandone and Norman Meneses. I don't really hold too much blame to Ronald Reagan. I mean, the Gipper got shot by a member of a Bush family friend only 2 months after being in office, though he did more and he knew more than he ever publicly admitted. But the real power and force behind the White House of the 1980s, and especially Iran-Contra, was unquestionably Vice President George H.W. Bush. And for a position that normally doesn't hold such power, even Reagan would concede, as we can see in another one of these classified for 2+ decades articles. "I don't think there's ever been a vice president as much involved at the highest level in our policy making and our decisions than George," said President Reagan in March 1985. At the 1988 Republican National Convention, in response to the Democrats' taunt, "Where was George?" during Iran-Contra, Reagan said, "George played a major role in everything we've accomplished. George was there." And of course George was there. Mr. I was out of the loop on Iran-Contra was actually in charge running the whole show. On May 7th, 1983, we can see the headline saying, "Reagan links Cuba to drug trade," which, like the Nicaraguan claims he would make 3 years later, is complete BS. He said, "I want the American people to know that they're faced with the most sinister, despicable actions. We have strong evidence that high-level Cuban government officials have been involved in smuggling drugs into the United States." Does that BS sound familiar? It should, because it's almost a carbon copy of what he would say 3 years later about top Nicaraguan government officials. So what was happening around May of 1983 that might have prompted Ronald Reagan into saying they had evidence, which nobody's ever seen or seen since, by the way, that high-level Cuban government officials were involved in the drug trade? Well, don't forget that we saw on May 31st, 1983, Vice President Bush was meeting with Manuel Noriega. And we can also see from Noriega's trial that in or about May 1983, Manuel Noriega, Pablo Escobar, and others were bringing in 400 kilos of cocaine into the United States. And don't forget we saw a DEA report dated June 3rd, 1983, that showed that Barry Seal's organization was utilizing at least 19 aircraft. And what else happened in May of 1983? Remember this from earlier?
I was in charge. Manuel Artime was the agency's favorite Cuban, handpicked to command both the Bay of Pigs and the covert operations that followed. In 1972, he recruited and arranged CIA training for a brilliant young accountant called Ramon Milian Rodriguez.
And that brilliant young accountant, Ramon Milian Rodriguez, would go on to be the main money man, accountant, and money launderer for the Medellin cartel, until he was arrested in May of 1983. He was actually detained on May 4th and officially arrested on May 5th. And I gotta say, after going through his various court transcripts and testimonies given at the Kerry Committee hearings, combined with the multiple other witnesses who corroborate his story, both defendants and officials, I believe most of what he says, and I find it very interesting and compelling. And one of the very interesting aspects of his story is that when he was first detained, he didn't hide anything. He gave up everything. He told authorities right away that he anticipated the day he might have been caught and prepared himself and wanted to make a deal to give up everything he knew. And not only would the feds not cut a deal with him, they didn't even utilize him for any of the information he had. And I suppose that's because it didn't include any high-level Cuban government officials in it, and instead would find out years later that he laundered hundreds of millions for the cartel in Panama, as well as making payments of over $300 million to Noriega himself. And remember, Noriega was on the CIA payroll since as early as 1971, and we've seen that Ramon Milian Rodriguez was recruited in 1972 and given CIA training. And remember we saw Jose Blandon Castillo talking about Noriega's drug smuggling in 1981? Well, he was talking about when Noriega started dealing with the Honduran intelligence chief, Colonel Torres Arias. And while their drug smuggling association would begin in 1981, Noriega was already heavily involved in the smuggling business, though we wouldn't hear about that until the late 1980s.
One, Mr. Rodriguez, as it related to the total amounts of dollars that you paid or instructed to pay over to General Noriega from that starting in 79 until you were arrested in 83. Could you estimate for us, and you said it got to about $10 million a month, how much over that period of time did you pay?
I mean, from 79 to 83?
Yes.
Again, we're talking ballpark figures. Between 320 million to about 350 million.
So Noriega was in the dope smuggling business as early as 1979, and of course many years before that, as were the members of the cartel, although they wouldn't be officially called the cartel till 1981. And remember what I said about the authorities not wanting to cut a deal or hearing anything from Ramon Milian Rodriguez back in 1983 when he was busted. Watch Senator D'Amato's reaction to that during the Kerry Committee hearings in 1988.
It's one of the things I suggested with Senator Kerry. I may be criticized for saying this, but it seems to me that you've been in prison a number of years now already, that it's rather incredible that there has not been an effort made by our law enforcement people recognizing your knowledge of the system, etc., to attempt to utilize you, not in terms of exposing people, because the safe houses have been changed, the corporations have been changed, many of the people have been changed, but as it relates to dealing with this whole system, and at least to get your knowledge and your expertise and attempt to utilize them. And notwithstanding that you may have been interviewed on several occasions, it's just that kind of lack of commitment that just gets this senator, and I think some others, like Senator Kerry, Senator DeConcini, so riled up when we hear about this war on drugs. It is absolutely, if it weren't so serious, it would be laughable, but I don't have words sufficient to express to you the contempt I have for those who should know better, who really carry this on and try to beguile the Congress and the people, etc., about a meaningful effort and a meaningful war. Here you had a person who ran the money operation for the cartel for years, who hasn't had and hasn't been utilized in terms of the information, were not for Senator Kerry and his committee, etc., that has brought this to the fore. You'd still be languishing there. We would be without your information. I don't mean to put a medal on you.
And he's totally right. They arrested Ramon Milian Rodriguez in 1983, and he wanted to make a deal, which would have been great for him, except for that from everything you can see, it looks like the intelligence agencies were working with the cartel.
The intelligence agencies of this country, by God, should be involved in this battle instead of working with the scum of the earth, which they've been doing.
And to highlight some of that, here's the New York Times from May 14th, 1987. And they tell us about Barry Seal's time giving testimony that led to convictions, and how Jorge Ochoa, who was in jail in Spain, was fighting extradition to the States, where Barry Seal was supposed to testify against him. But as we can see, after Mr. Seal's death, Mr. Ochoa was eventually released, of course. And here from the Associated Press in August of 1989, we see a former assistant U.S. attorney in Miami, Richard Gregory, told the committee the Customs Service and the Marshal Service developed the plan to arrest Jorge Ochoa last fall during a trip to Caracas, Venezuela, and fly him to the United States for trial. But the plan was dropped because of State Department opposition. Again, go figure. But then again, if they weren't really after the cartel, then this would make sense. And yes, they hunted down and killed Pablo Escobar, but that's because he turned Colombia into a war zone. Literally. Carlos later was only apprehended because Pablo Escobar gave him up, because he was a loose cannon doing too much of his own cocaine, and would likely eventually end up compromising the operation. Jose Gacha would get killed in August 1989 by Colombian authorities working with the Cali cartel. Fabio Ochoa was finally arrested in 1999 on cocaine charges, and ultimately given 55 years. Meanwhile, Juan Ochoa, like his brother Jorge, never had to face U.S. justice for their cocaine dealing of the 1980s. Juan Ochoa passed away in 2013, and Jorge Ochoa is living in Colombia as a free man today. So make of that what you will, but it certainly doesn't look to me like the authorities were actually trying to get these guys. They arrested Fabio in 1999 on cocaine charges, and I'm going to guess that's because he wasn't part of the program at that point in time. I'll speculate that had he have not gotten back into the cocaine business, he too, like his brothers, would have gone on to live free for the rest of his life. And here's some more from October 30th, 1986. A drug informant has told Senator John Kerry he witnessed involvement by U.S. government agents and a Miami airline in international weapons and narcotics trafficking, and we would later learn that informant was Max Mermelstein. He's the Barry Seal you never heard of, and we'll be taking an in-depth look into him in Part 2. And yes, you heard that right, there's going to be a part 2 to this, because you can't tell the whole Barry Seal story in just 3 hours. In fact, everything we've looked at so far is only just a fraction of the material available in understanding the whole story. So not to worry, in part 2 we're going to go in depth into Max Mermelstein and a lot of other stuff we've missed along the way in part 1 here. Anyways, Mermelstein's lawyer said the informant, Mermelstein, claims to have been told by Ochoa that Ochoa was working with past and present CIA employees. He claims to have seen workers identified by Ochoa as CIA employees loading cocaine onto an airplane. And something very interesting here is that Max Mermelstein wasn't making those same claims by 1989. By 1989, his testimony mirrored that of the official story when it came to anything Barry Seal or the cartel. And in fact, by 1989, he had cut a deal in which he and his entire family would enter the Witness Protection Program, and he would live out the rest of his days as a free man, which is exactly the kind of deal that Ramon Milian Rodriguez was trying to make when he got arrested in 1983. But the difference is, as we're going to see, that Ramon Milian Rodriguez was still trying to tell the truth in 1988. And that truth doesn't line up with the official narrative, as it's been told to us over the last few decades. So no deal for you. And we'll hear more from him in a minute, but from the Wall Street Journal in 1987, we see this bit here. The imprisoned drug pilots say Mr. Seal was involved in flights that brought weapons to Central America airfields for the Contras, and sometimes returned to the US with drugs. The pilots claim that their Contra weapons deliveries were directed by the CIA. The people they say they worked with are known to have been supervised or monitored by the CIA and by Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, the National Security Council staffer fired for his role in the program to sell arms to Iran and fund the Contras. As is its practice, the Central Intelligence Agency refuses to comment. And here's yet another example from an article by Robert Perry again. And he wrote this article in 1996. And he tells us about Wanda Palacio, who split with the Medellin cartel in 1986 and approached Kerry with an account of pilots for a CIA-connected airline, Southern Air Transport, flying cocaine out of Barranquilla, Colombia, as part of a Contra support operation. And of course they didn't believe her, but then on October 5th, 1986, one of Oliver North's secret Contra supply planes was shot down over Nicaragua, which as we know was one of Barry Seal's planes. A few days later, she was in John Kerry's Senate office when a photo of the dead co-pilot, Wallace Sawyer, flashed onto a TV screen. And she said Sawyer was one of the pilots she had seen loading cocaine onto the Southern airplane in Barranquilla in early October 1985. But of course, her claim was greeted with skepticism by Kerry's staff. And then Robert Perry writes that he had flown to Managua for the Associated Press after the crash, and had gained access to Sawyer's flight logs. And he says Sawyer had scribbled down 3 entries for October 2nd, 4th, and 6th, 1985, listing himself flying a Southern Air Transport plane into Barranquilla, just as Palacio had alleged. Yet despite the cooperation and a supportive polygraph exam, Assistant Attorney General Weld still rejected Palacio. And Perry notes her fate was similar to other witnesses who dared to link the Contras, the CIA, and cocaine. And we can see Robert Perry in 2004 writing for Salon, reminding us that Palacio also passed a polygraph exam on her statements. So, with all that in mind, let's go back to the Kerry Committee hearings and hear from Ramon Milian Rodriguez and Jose Blandon Castillo again, in what I'm sure you'll agree with me is some rather very shocking testimony.
If I could just ask you, do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
Well, this is because I handled so much money. Yes, I do recognize it. You want me to explain to you what it is?
And what do you recognize that document to be?
This is not a double entry system.
Well, is this part of your accounting documents?
This is a part of my personal notation as to what I did with the monies that I received, whom I received them for, and what I did with them.
And this was part of your official records which law enforcement authorities seized?
Yes,
is that
sir.
accurate?
Yes, it is, sir.
And this document which was seized, which you recognize, was placed into evidence by the federal government in the trial against you for which you're now serving time. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Now, I direct your attention to the top notation on the headings of this document. What is the first heading in that top column?
The first heading is a abbreviation for Miami.
Miami. And the numbers and figures that are listed underneath it reflect what?
They reflect monies that I took out of the consolidating process for my personal use.
The next heading says what?
The next heading says CIA.
Now, what does that CIA refer to?
It refers to one shipment of money I received in the month.
Was the CIA we know? Is that the Central Intelligence Agency?
Yes, sir.
And what does your accounting show with respect to the CIA?
It shows that I received a shipment of $3 million in change sometime in the middle of the month from them.
Do you know what that was for?
Well, I always got instructions with it, and I carried out the instructions.
Okay. Did that have something to do with supply efforts to the Contras? You don't know?
I don't remember. This document...
Oh, no, not at that point. That question is inappropriate at that point. That's my mistake. I apologize. But that did reflect a distribution of funds by you with respect to CIA. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This will be made part of the record as exhibit number 14. Thank you. Also, I might remark, this was government exhibit number 12 in your criminal trial, put into evidence by the federal prosecutor.
Yeah, we were surprised when they put that in.
Were you ever asked about that?
No, sir.
Were you ever asked what the notation CIA meant?
No.
Nobody has ever asked you?
No, sir.
So how about that? The CIA gave the cartel over $3 million. And of course we'll never know why, but my educated guess would be that it was to be laundered. Most likely in Panama, no doubt. And speaking of CIA, watch Ramon Milian Rodriguez, as I'm sure he was about to say CIA, and then he said something else, and then he realized he slipped up on that too.
Was any of the money traceable to drugs or to drug-related transactions?
The money that we, you're talking about the money that we provided?
That's right.
No, sir.
And why was that?
Because we were experts at what we do.
And you created enough cutouts to do that, is that accurate?
Yes.
You want to explain how the money moved?
Well, I had a liaison with U.S. intelligence, or let's not call him U.S. intelligence, let's call it whoever was running the resupply.
We're going to leave the names out for now. We're going to come back to this in a few weeks, but I want to just talk about how the money laundering moved.
So Ramon Milian Rodriguez, the cartel's main accountant and money man up until 1983, was busted with documentation showing that the CIA was paying the cartel millions of dollars. And he was working with a liaison in U.S. intelligence, or whoever was running the Contra operation, which was pretty much U.S. intelligence. Now let's hear a little bit more from Jose Blandon Castillo, as he had quite a bit to say about so-called retired Mossad agent Michael Harari and alleged retired CIA agent Felix Rodriguez and Noriega. And we'll also hear a little bit more from Ramon Milian Rodriguez, and we'll see where that takes us.
Okay, now, when you say you're going to lose some people here, when you say the Harari, you're talking about Mike Harari. Is that correct?
Sí, me refiero al ciudadano israelita.
Yes, I'm referring to the Israeli citizen
que tiene negocios con Noriega en
who
Panamá,
has business with
que formó una serie de
Noriega in
compañías
Panama,
para el
who formed a
contrabando de
series
armas,
of companies for arms contraband,
para
arms smuggling,
suministrar armas
to supply arms
a Centroamérica y a la
to Central
contrarrevolución,
America and to the counter-revolution, the Nicaraguan counter-revolution.
y que además esos mismos aviones se usaban para otras cosas.
And moreover, those planes were used for other
Dado el
things.
hecho de que
When you say other things, what do you mean?
droga,
Drugs.
And when you say the Harari network, what is the Harari network?
la red de Harari es
The
una
Harari
red
network
que se estableció
is
con
a network
ciudadanos
that was
israelíes,
established with Israeli
panameños y
citizens,
norteamericanos
Panamanians,
para el suministro de
and
armas.
U.S. citizens for arms supply purposes.
Before we move off this subject, I want to ascertain for the public record, without any question, that this involves, that there is a direct linkage that you're aware of the private network that this Harari network and these airstrips in which guns would go in one shipment and drugs would come out in another. Is that accurate?
Correcto.
Yes.
And on some occasions, drugs just went in and out on their own. That's also accurate, is it not?
Correcto.
Yes.
Is there any truth to any of the allegations made by General Noriega as to information he has about U.S. complicity in or involvement in or knowledge of? Is there anything that he has that could embarrass any of those people he cited in that document?
Claro.
Yes, indeed.
Did Ramon Millian Rodriguez have any friends who were working in the Contra resupply network?
Yes.
Who would that have been?
Felix Rodriguez.
Felix Rodriguez.
Yes.
When General Noriega told you that Felix Rodriguez was friendly with Ramon Millian Rodriguez, were you surprised to hear that Felix Rodriguez would be involved as a drug trafficker?
Surprise? Why?
Harari, the Israeli who was working with Noriega, was working with Felix Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Harari at the same time was involved with drug trafficking.
Yes.
Who was Felix Rodriguez working for or with when he approached you?
Well, the only government mention that he made was Vice President Bush.
And what was his relationship with Bush as you understood it?
He was reporting directly to Bush. I was led to believe he was reporting regularly to the Vice President. The request for the contribution made a lot more sense because Felix was reporting to George Bush. If Felix had come to me and said, I'm reporting to anyone else, let's say, Oliver North, I might have been more skeptical. I didn't know who Oliver North was, and I didn't know his background. But, if you have and let's say we'll call him an ex-CIA operative, even though it's not true, he's a current operative.
Who is?
Felix. Everyone says he's ex-CIA. Well, he's
Felix Rodriguez.
Yeah, there's nothing ex about him. But if you have a CIA, what you consider to be a CIA man, coming to you, saying, I want to fight this war, we're out of funds, can you help us out? I'm reporting directly to Bush on it. I mean, it's very real, very believable. Here you have a CIA guy reporting to his old boss.
You will recall, Mr. Senator, that the lawyers of Noriega, when they arrived in Miami from Panama, said that Noriega had shown to them proofs which could endanger and affect the elections of the United States.
And if you'll notice the date, these hearings are taking place during the election, which would see Bush versus Dukakis. And I'm going to go on a limb here and take a guess that the information he's talking about doesn't relate to Dukakis. Now here's another interview from 1988 that I'm sure you'll agree with me is pretty interesting.
There have been a few Democrats have talked about it. Senator Kerry's office has done some work.
He's done
on
a lot of the investigation.
Right, and I think he's on to something, and I think we've gotten some other information too, of course, that the CIA has given Noriega over the years $200,000 a year.
Oh, yes.
And they kept feeding him money, even when Bush was the head of the CIA. I think George Bush is deep into it, well over his head. Somebody asked me once if I thought George Bush knew about as much what's going on as Ronald Reagan. I think George Bush knew a lot more about what was happening in the CIA, because I think Reagan was probably more removed from it, I mean, just by his own personality and maybe his age or something. But I think George Bush, through his office and through the fact that he was a member of this, head of the CIA, I think he was very, very close to it. He knows exactly what was happening, and I believe the rule that once a CIA member, always a CIA member. And I think it's awful interesting. Can you imagine? It would alarm a few of us in this country if all of a sudden we knew that the leader in the Soviet Union would be the head KGB agent, and here we take our head CIA agent and put him, you know, potentially the head of our entire country. Unfortunately, I wish that we could get this information out, and I continue to talk about it, but I sadly believe that there will be very little said.
And Ron Paul, as well as many other people, actually were trying to get the truth out at the time, but would get mocked for their efforts.
At least I wouldn't be from George Bush and the CIA dealing in drugs, right, folks?
Unbelievable.
Right? Yeah, George Bush and the CIA dealing in drugs. It'll be a lot better debate.
How ironic is that? Mocking him with Nancy Reagan's Just Say No slogan, even though the 1980s saw a rampant crack epidemic sweeping across North America. At any rate, by November 8, 1988, George Bush would win the presidency in a landslide election. And even though investigation after investigation, with thousands and thousands of pages of documentation, would show all kinds of crimes by government officials and people related to them, it was all covered up and swept under the rug, with George Bush himself putting the final nails in the coffin of the Iran-Contra investigations on Christmas Eve 1992.
The Iran-Contra cover-up has continued for more than 6 years. It has now been completed with the pardon of Caspar Weinberger.
And for all the crimes involved in Iran-Contra and the crack epidemic that accompanied it, only one government official would go to jail, Thomas G. Kleins, who was actually not a government official but an ex-CIA agent, working, of course, with other ex-CIA agents. But anyways, considering everything we've looked at, and like I said before, we've only looked at a fraction of the material, but would George Bush lie about something like crack? Well, let's have a look at his very first address to the nation from the Oval Office in 1989.
Unfortunately, I wish that we could get this information out, and I continue to talk about it, but I sadly believe that there will be very little said, which means that the Democrats aren't doing it. That means they're involved too.
Interesting. And he's got a point, too. Iran-Contra and the cocaine crack epidemic that accompanied it was set up entirely by the Republicans and the Republican-run agencies and their so-called private benefactor friends. So how was it that they were able to get away with it all? And pictured here are just a fraction of the participants involved. And remember, only one person who was involved with the administration or its agencies or private benefactors went to jail. And I wonder how Thomas Klein's, ex-CIA and one of the private benefactors, felt about being the only one going to jail over it all. But anyways, back to Ron Paul's statement.
Which means that the Democrats aren't doing it. That means they're involved too.
And indeed, with hindsight, we can see that as the crack epidemic erupted, the Democrats weren't doing anything about it. But once they finally did start investigating, we can see some pretty interesting results. And we've already heard quite a bit from John Kerry.
We permitted narcotics. We were complicitous as a country in narcotics traffic at the same time as we're spending countless dollars in this country to try to get rid of this problem. It's mind-boggling. But no matter how you look at it, something's wrong. Something is really wrong out there.
And you might have noticed in 1989 when President George Bush held up that bag of crack in the Oval Office, we saw then Congressman Chuck Schumer making comment. And we would also see that Chuck Schumer was involved in Noriega's trial and conviction. And speaking of George Bush's first address to the nation from the Oval Office.
Good evening. This is the first time since taking the oath of office that I felt an issue was so important, so threatening, that it warranted talking directly with you, the American people. But if we face this evil as a nation united, this will be nothing but a handful of useless chemicals. Victory. Victory over drugs is our cause, a just cause. And with your help, we are going to win.
United States Senator Joseph Biden from Delaware presents the Democratic Party's response to the president's speech.
The number of people using drugs, cocaine in particular, is down in our country. That's true. But the violence associated with drugs is spewing out all over America. And that's terrible.
Talk about spewing out all over America. That's terrible. And we can also see that in 1989, Joe Biden was the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee that was getting testimony from Max Mermelstein, which was designed to provide background for the comprehensive drug-fighting blueprint due from the Bush administration next month. So we can see that Joe Biden, too, was involved in some of the investigations into the crack cocaine epidemic back then. Now let's skip ahead to 1994 and hear from the top Democrat, Bill Clinton. And he was put on the hot seat with this question from veteran White House reporter Sarah McClendon. And for those who don't know, Sarah McClendon first started reporting from the White House right after World War II, and had met and interviewed every president along the way up until George W. Bush. She was known as an impeccable, hard-nosed journalist who wasn't afraid to pull any punches with any of her questions. And even presidents knew better than to mess with her too much when they were in the line of fire of some of those questions. Now pay very close attention to what she says when she's asking Bill Clinton this question in 1994, and pay very close attention to Bill Clinton's answer.
Sir, the Republicans are trying to blame you for the existence of a small air base at Mena, Arkansas. This base was set up by George Bush and Oliver North and the CIA to help the Iran-Contras, and they brought in plane load after plane load of cocaine there for sale in the United States. And then they took the money and bought weapons and took them back to the Contras, all of which was illegal, as you know, under the Bolin Act. But tell me, did they tell you that this had to be in existence because of national security?
Well, let me answer the question. No, they didn't tell me anything about it. They didn't say anything to me about it. The airport in question and all the events in question were the subject of state and federal inquiries. It was primarily a matter for federal jurisdiction. The state really had next to nothing to do with it. The local prosecutor did conduct an investigation based on what was within the jurisdiction of state law. The rest of it was under jurisdiction of the United States attorneys who were appointed successively by previous administrations. We had nothing, zero, to do with it, and everybody who's ever looked into it knows that.
So if you'll notice, Bill Clinton didn't deny the claims made by Sarah McClendon. He just denied that they told him anything about it. And the "it" in question here is the cocaine being smuggled into Mena Airport. And the statement in Sarah McClendon's question was clear and direct.
A small air base at Mena, Arkansas. This base was set up by George Bush and Oliver North and the CIA, and they brought in plane load after plane load of cocaine there for sale in the United States.
And note, Bill Clinton didn't deny that it happened. And in fact, he twice confirms that it did happen in his answer. He only denied that they told him anything about it, and he also denied that he or his governmental administration had anything to do with it.
Well, let me answer the question. No, they didn't tell me anything about it. They didn't say anything to me about it. We had nothing, zero, to do with it.
So there you go. It happened. Bill Clinton just didn't know anything about it, if you can believe that. In which case you would also have to believe that he didn't know anything about Barry Seal using the Mena Airport all those years as well. And what do you suppose young Governor Bill Clinton and Vice President George Bush were talking about when Bill Clinton went to George Bush's house for a barbecue back on July 30th, 1983? Most people think the Bush-Clinton friendship started after the 1992 election. But this is simply not the case. At any rate, going back to Bill Clinton's answer to Sarah McClendon, here's an outright falsehood.
The local prosecutor did conduct an investigation based on what was within the jurisdiction of state law.
That local prosecutor was Polk County Prosecutor Charles Black. And we can see here on August 21st, 1987, and remember that date because we'll revisit it again. He was informing the U.S. Attorney that he intended to do an investigation on the drug activity at the Mena Airport. And this is what Bill Clinton is talking about. Only Charles Black went to Bill Clinton to get funding for the investigation and never got it, and therefore was never able to do a proper investigation, making Clinton a liar.
His response to me was that he would get a man, something to the effect that he would get a man on it and would get word back to me. And I never heard back.
Years later, Clinton said he offered $25,000 to Prosecutor Black's boss to fund a grand jury. But Charles Black and his boss claim they never heard about any offer of money from Governor Clinton.
I believe Bill Clinton's an honest, respectable man, and I have to believe that he did that. But the fact is, I never got that word myself.
And something else to ponder, if Bill Clinton knew that George Bush, Oliver North, and the CIA were bringing in plane load after plane load of cocaine to the Mena Airport, but they didn't tell him anything about it, and he had nothing to do with it, then why didn't he do anything about it when he was president? So a couple of years later in 1996, Gary Webb's series Dark Alliance would come out about the Contras, the CIA, and cocaine, and it in turn would spark a whole new round of investigations by the Democrats. And if we look at the Senate Caucus on International Narcotics Control, back on September 16, 1998, we can see one of its members is Dianne Feinstein, as well as Joe Biden again. So they were investigating back in 1998. But this photo of the Senate Caucus on International Narcotics Control is actually from June 15, 2011. And by that point in time, not only is Dianne Feinstein still a member, but she's also the chairman. I suppose that's because of the outstanding and spectacular job she's done in the war on drugs. Also in 1998, we saw Congress getting involved. And have a look who was investigating the crack epidemic back then.
This is an issue of great concern in my community, San Francisco, that I represent in the Congress. For a long time before this issue ever came to the forefront, there was a suspicion in our community that the African American community was a target, particularly women in the African American community were a target of a campaign to provide crack to them. And while we all know, many of us know more about the valuable contribution the Central Intelligence Agency has made, we also know of some shortcomings in the trust department between the American people and the agency.
And not to be outdone by Nancy Pelosi, check out Maxine Waters during the same set of hearings as she explodes in Congress and denounces the CIA Inspector General report on the issue, and then spends the next 20 minutes telling Congress the results of her own investigation. You can find the whole video of her statements on YouTube, but here's a few of them.
This report's sweeping denial of the CIA's knowledge of drug trafficking related to the Contras defies the evidence and the logic that the CIA should have known. The CIA IG report and the investigation lacks credibility, and its conclusions must be dismissed. Dwayne Dewey Claridge was the CIA officer who helped create the Contras at a time when the Meneses ring first began dealing cocaine for the FDN. His name also appeared in Oliver North's notebooks as being responsible for making quid pro quo deals with known drug king Manuel Noriega. U.S. Department funds authorized by Congress for humanitarian assistance was paid to drug traffickers. In some cases, these drug traffickers received the State Department's funds after having been indicted by federal law enforcement agencies on drug charges in other cases were the subject of pending investigations by those agencies. And the reason I'm so outraged by it, as a public elected officials, all of us must be concerned that our government could have anyway been involved in drug trafficking. Drug trafficking. That's a very, very serious offense against the people of this nation.
What a champ. If you listen to the whole 20-minute segment, everything she says in it is absolutely true. Which makes me wonder, at what point did she go from being a champ to a chump? When was it exactly that she stopped fighting and telling the truth about crack and started smoking it? Now, I don't know if you noticed this or not, but looking at today's Democratic Party, everybody we just looked at pretty much makes up the leadership or the establishment of the Democratic Party. And if you'll notice, with the exception of Bill Clinton, who was the governor of Arkansas for 10 years, they've all either held seats in Congress or the Senate for decades. And it's very interesting that all of them at one point or another, quote, investigated, unquote, the crack epidemic of the 1980s that was a result of Iran-Contra that was initiated by the Republicans. And the best the President of the United States could say was,
No, they didn't tell me anything about it. They didn't say anything to me about it. We had nothing, zero, to do with it.
And even though they didn't tell him anything about it, and he had nothing to do with it, as President of the United States, he still did nothing about it. Now, at least Maxine Waters was far more truthful.
I will not go away, members. I cannot go away.
See what I mean? She wasn't lying. She's still there. The only difference is she shut up about the crack epidemic. Now, another thing this group has in common together is that they're worth a combined fortune into the hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, I've been asked a few times, come on, why would government officials help to bring cocaine or drugs into the country? And it's pretty simple, really, and I'll show you two really good reasons why. And actually, here's a few billion reasons why right here. Pablo Escobar was the notorious Colombian drug runner who made Forbes' International Billionaires list 7 years in a row, beginning in 1987. And it wasn't just Pablo Escobar. All of them in the Medellin cartel were billionaires. And notice under Jose Gach's name they call him Sandinista's friend, continuing the lies of the administration. So we're looking at a business model that deals in the billions of dollars. Does this sound like something that the intelligence agencies would want to bring down or control? And as we can see today, decades later, they obviously didn't take down the cartels or win the war on drugs. So do you really think that they were going to let somebody else be in control of it?
If the cartel and the cartel's assets get taken over by communist elements, here's what you're going to have. You're going to have a self-funded revolutionary attempt inside the U.S. Drugs go to the lowest echelons of this society to the highest. The lowest echelons make great recruits. If you control their drug flow, you have potential recruits. They'll listen to Marxism.
For any kind of activity.
For any
Isn't that
kind
accurate?
of activity. Any kind of activity. So you're going to have a potential communist cell in every ghetto, in every city in the U.S. Once they get the ghettos organized, you have the highest echelons of society that are subject to blackmail. You may not be able to take the son of a government bureaucrat and pay him to give you information on his father's activities, but you can blackmail him into doing that. You can control his drug flow. The potential here
is enormous.
Enormous.
So that's a pretty interesting concept. And think about it. Think about everything you've seen so far, and look at the world around you today. Now, who do you think actually controls the drug flow?
Victory over drugs is our cause, a just cause. And with your help, we are going to win.
Which means that the Democrats aren't doing it, that means they're involved too.
They're involved also.
And I don't think there's any doubt about it.
And that's terrible.
Taking a good look at just some of the operators involved in Iran-Contra, we learned some pretty surprising connections. Connections that all start to make sense once laid out. And this 3-page article from the Baltimore Sun does a great job in laying out just some of those connections. But of course we'll have to wait 25 years for the CIA to declassify it. And that's probably because the article came out on December 21st, 1986, which is only a couple of months after Barry Seal's plane got shot down exposing Iran-Contra, and the administration and its agencies and the private benefactors were all denying their part in it. So let's have a look at something very interesting, and maybe get a better understanding of Barry Seal's place in this whole thing. So in the article titled "Alleged Iran-Contra Players No Stranger to Spy Affairs," we see Richard Secord, who is a major player in Iran-Contra, Thomas Kleins, who we saw was the only ex-CIA private benefactor operator that went to jail, Harry Adderbolt, Ted Shackley, John Singlab, Donald Gregg, James Bashton, and the 3 that were shot down on Barry Seal's plane exposing Iran-Contra, William Cooper, who was killed in the shootdown, Eugene Hasenfas, who was captured, and William Buzz Sawyer, who was also killed in the shootdown. And with hindsight and the public record, we know indeed that all these players were involved in Iran-Contra. And I'm going to add a few more to the list, like these 3 pilots, Tosh Plumley, who we saw earlier, Terry Reid, who probably a lot of viewers know who he is, and Ed Dearborn, who probably a lot of viewers don't know who he is. And of course, let's not forget Oliver North and Felix Rodriguez, who we know were heavily involved in Iran-Contra as well. And now here's what's really interesting about all of these people you're looking at right now. All of them find their roots back in the Vietnam-Laos secret wars run by the CIA. That's quite the coincidence, isn't it? And check this out. Remember the General Lou Song in the movie Air America?
Then you and me be poor men and cannot pay for war. If we don't sell heroin, then no money to feed my soldiers. No, Major. Better you and me stay good friends.
He was based on the real-life Laotian general, Vang Pao, who, as you can see by History.com, teamed up with the CIA to help make Laos the world's top exporter of heroin in the 1970s. And if you know your history well enough, there was a bit of a heroin problem in the 1970s, while the war in Southeast Asia was going on, with the CIA in charge of the secret war in Laos. And then we see in the 1980s with the whole Nicaragua thing, suddenly cocaine starts pouring in, creating the crack epidemic. And do you think this is just a coincidence? And it's just a coincidence that we see a whole bunch of the same people from the Vietnam and Laos wars also showing up in Iran-Contra? Here's another coincidence. Let's have a listen to Richard Secord, top left.
Did you work with Vang Pao?
Sure, all the time.
What was your relationship?
I was his supplier of air, therefore he stayed in close contact with me.
Were you in charge of supplying Air America planes?
For the tactical air operations, yes.
So how about that? Richard Secord openly admits to being Vang Pao's courier. And we learn he was in charge of the tactical operations of Air America. No surprise there. He would officially retire from the military in 1983, And of course that was to become one of the private benefactors in Iran-Contra. And now check this out. These two guys, Luis Posada and Rafael Quintero, along with Felix Rodriguez and Ted Shackley, among others, have their roots going back to the anti-Castro operations in the early 60s. So again, it's quite the coincidence that all these Iran-Contra players all have a similar history, and a familiar sounding one at that, because this is the network that Barry Seal operated with. He wasn't an official agent for any agency, of course, but rather a contract pilot would be a more fitting description. And pilot Ed Dearborn, bottom left, who flew in both Laos and Iran-Contra, gives a pretty good description of the network.
It's the old boy network, as somebody called it one time. You know, I mean, the call goes out, and who's got the experience? It's the same war, different place, and different names. We're not speaking Laotian, we're speaking Spanish now, but it's the same darn war. I don't care what anybody says.
And to finance that same darn war, I'm pretty sure you'd agree with me that we've seen that they did it the same darn way. Now, something I want to point out here in case you haven't noticed, but the majority of everything we've seen in this movie so far has been documented from sources coming from the mainstream media, or the U.S. intelligence agencies like the DEA, the FBI, or the CIA, as well as that of the United States Senate, or Congress, and the U.S. courts. And we've also heard from quite a number of people who are involved in the events, too. And now, let's hear from a couple more.
Obviously, these hearings have been about issues much more profound than who did what or knew what in the Iran-Contra affair. They have presented two visions of government. One vision was described in the testimony of Admiral Poindexter, Lieutenant Colonel North, General Secord, and Mr. Hakim. That of a secret government, a shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself.
And how about that? Its own Air Force and its own Navy. And don't forget that DEA document that we saw earlier that showed that Barry Seal had at least 19 aircraft and had at least 2 ocean-going vessels that had helipads. All stuff I'm sure that the old boy network found very useful. And now let's hear from Oliver North as he talks about CIA Director William Casey, who died on May 6, 1987, before being charged with anything.
The director was interested in the ability to go to an existing, as he put it, off-the-shelf, self-sustaining, stand-alone entity.
Drug Enforcement Administration believes Seal was assassinated to prevent him from testifying here in Miami against a suspected high-level Colombian trafficker whom the U.S. is trying to extradite from Spain.
And that's the official narrative on Barry Seal's murder, which goes something like this. Barry Seal flew down to Nicaragua, took those pictures that showed Pablo Escobar, which were then leaked by the Washington Times on July 17, 1984. And when the cartel found out, they put a hit on Barry Seal's life, allegedly ordered by Jorge Ochoa himself. And by February 19, 1986, a team of assassins sent by the cartel made good on that contract and killed Barry Seal before he could testify against Jorge Ochoa. And that's sort of a quick overview of the official narrative on the murder of Barry Seal. And like everything else about the official narrative, I simply just don't believe this to be the case. So I'm going to show you what I believe to be the real reason why Barry Seal was murdered. Not being able to testify against Jorge Ochoa was indeed a part of it, but only a small part of the bigger picture. One of the things you may have noticed at the intro of this chapter was that it was the DEA who said it was the cartel who put a contract out on Barry Seal to prevent him from testifying against Jorge Ochoa.
Drug Enforcement Administration believes Seal was assassinated to prevent him from testifying here in Miami against a suspected high-level Colombian trafficker.
But it was also the DEA who said back in 1984 that the cartel put a contract out on Barry Seal because of the pictures he took of Pablo Escobar during the sting operation.
DEA for months had picked up rumors that there was a contract on his life, a threat Seal had accepted somewhat philosophically in our earlier interviews.
The old saying, if you can't stand the heat, don't work in the kitchen. I can take the pressure. I'm not worried about the contract. If it comes, it comes.
So that was recorded around September, October of 1984, and the contract allegedly had been out for months by that point because of the pictures taken in the sting operation. And the source for that back in 1984 comes from the DEA again, who were the ones along with the CIA that set up that bogus sting operation in Nicaragua to begin with. And notice Barry Seal doesn't seem too worried about it either at that point. Anyways, here's something you probably never heard about when it comes to the murder of Barry Seal, and that's that he wasn't the only one murdered that day.
As our lead story, Metro News has uncovered some new information in the investigation into the assassination of Barry Seal. Reporter Dana Kay has the story.
Metro News has learned that there were a total of 4 drug-related killings the same day Barry Seal was gunned down here in Baton Rouge. And all of them seem to have been connected to the same drug ring operated out of Colombia. Metro News reported last night that a Colombian named Pablo Carrera was shot and killed in Colombia the same night Barry Seal was gunned down in Baton Rouge by a professional hit squad. Carrera was identified as the number 2 man in the Colombian drug organization headed by Jorge Ochoa. Metro News has now learned that 2 other Ochoa associates were shot to death at the same time. Another Colombian, Pablo Ochoa, was executed in Colombia, and the 4th Ochoa associate to die was a woman identified only as Barbara.
And if you'll notice, that newscast was February 20th, 1986, the day after Barry Seal was murdered. So all these cartel-connected people were murdered on the same day as Barry Seal. Were they going to testify against Jorge Ochoa as well? And of course, that's not the answer, and we'll certainly look more deeply into it in part 2. But now I'm going to show you what I believe to be the reason why Barry Seal was murdered. And it comes back to those 2 words which must not be spoken. Mena, Arkansas. Now, something to keep in mind is that when Barry Seal became an informant for the DEA, he became the best informant federal authorities had ever seen, no doubt because of his connections.
Once Seal became a government witness, his cooperation was so complete, the risk he took were so great, that a top DEA official testified at a hearing that had Seal been an agent instead of an informer, he would have been proposed for the Attorney General's Award, the highest award available to somebody in DEA.
And don't forget, by 1985, Barry Seal's testimony was bringing down drug networks, which included the chief minister of the Turks and Caicos Islands and a massive operation out in Nevada. By all accounts, Barry Seal was putting as much effort into being an informant as he did being a smuggler, and he was having just as much success, too. And in his new role as informant, staying out of jail wasn't his only motivating factor.
He didn't want the kids to look at him as a drug smuggler. He wanted to right the wrong that he'd done. He knew that he was risking his life.
And indeed, trying to right the wrongs he had done cost him his life. And like Debbie said, he didn't want his kids looking at him like a drug smuggler. And obviously, of course, he should never have gotten into drug smuggling to begin with. But I can believe that he was trying to right the wrongs that he did, as Debbie said. And when looking back, we got to understand that we can't put today's values on a 1980s society. And I'll give you a couple of examples of what I mean. Here we can see on November 2nd, 1976, a couple pages in, the headline reads, "Judge in cocaine trial wants to try the drug." A judge presiding over a cocaine possession trial says he wants to take the drug under medical supervision to determine if it's as harmful as Massachusetts law says. Judge Elwood McKenney of Roxbury District Court said Monday he wants to try cocaine under controlled conditions because the prosecution had not presented evidence convincing him it's addictive. My wanting to do this is similar to a judge visiting the scene of a crime or viewing a movie to determine if it's obscene, McKenney said. We had a situation where there were expert witnesses presented by the defense and none by the prosecution, McKenney said in an interview. All the expert witnesses concurred that it is not addictive. So how about that? And that was November 1976. And I do believe, if I remember correctly, that the defendant won his case. Which means I'm guessing the judge probably ended up doing the cocaine. And probably more than once. Now check out this news clip from 1977.
Authorities say there's an avalanche of cocaine crossing our borders, and in an earlier report, we looked at the controversy surrounding its use.
Although cocaine enters through a massive criminal network, there is virtually no evidence that cocaine users commit crimes to get it, probably because cocaine, unlike heroin, is not physically addictive.
And they should try telling that to the 1980s. Anyways, the point is, going into the 1980s, in the public in general, cocaine was viewed as no more harmful than marijuana, which only helped facilitate its increase in use in the late 70s and set the stage for its explosion in the 1980s. So it's not like Barry Seal knew at the time that the cargo he was bringing in would unleash the monster that we saw in the crack cocaine epidemic. And once he turned informant, I have no doubts that his intentions were genuine, for multiple reasons.
In the months before Barry Seal's murder, he continued to work closely with drug agents in South Florida, mapping out drop points for smuggling operations, favored flight plans, and codes used by smugglers. Seal appeared before the President's Commission on Organized Crime to testify about his own smuggling activities.
And remember what he was saying to the President's Commission on Crime about his own smuggling activities.
We dropped the cocaine by parachute in a totally inaccessible swampy area in Louisiana, and the helicopter then proceeded to the pickup.
His appearance before the President's Commission on Crime was in October of 1985, 4 months before he would get murdered. And as we see, he was openly discussing how his Louisiana operations worked. And that's the problem. What most people don't know, and you never hear talked about when it comes to Barry Seal, is that he was subpoenaed to a grand jury in Arkansas that was convened in January of 1986, so less than 2 months before he was murdered. And he was going to tell everything he knew about Mina.
We requested that a money laundering specialist from Operation Greenback in Miami come to Arkansas and review the Mina evidence to see if it was sufficient for indictments. The specialist arrived, reviewed the evidence, was very enthusiastic about it, drafted, it's my recollection, a 29-count indictment of individuals in the Mina, Arkansas area. And that indictment was to be presented to the January 1986 grand jury.
Bill Duncan and I interviewed Barry Seal less than 2 months before he was killed, and he was served with a subpoena at that time. He was under subpoena to come to Arkansas and testify before the grand jury here when he was killed.
Mr. Seal indicated to Russell Welch and myself that his associates at the Mina, Arkansas airport had followed his instruction and had violated the money laundering statutes. He indicated to us that he had told them that they were guilty of violating the money laundering statutes and that they should be prepared to plead guilty.
So like I say, Barry Seal was getting ready to spill the beans on all his operations at Mina Airport. And that, in my opinion, is the real reason why Barry Seal was killed. And we're going to go a lot more in depth into it in part 2. But it's quite the coincidence that the cartel didn't carry out its contract hit for over 1.5 years. And it's when Barry Seal began testifying about his own operations and looked to be preparing about telling all about his operations at Mina that within a couple of months he would be murdered, along with 3 others who are also part of the cartel and very likely involved with Barry Seal. And let's hear from Barry Seal himself, recorded in late 1984, and have a listen to what he had to say back then.
John, if I fly a plane load of money for the DEA or the CIA to people who are violating the laws of the United States, and I come back and I'm alive to tell on either one of those two parties, I'm a risk to everybody. I can embarrass both sides. If they indict me, it means that I go to court. It means that then I get to tell my side of the story. All of this and much, much more that you're now hearing from me will be put out in the public eye. The Justice Department is not going to tolerate that.
Basically, by mid-1986, our investigation was dead in the water because we had no investigative power. We had no way to compel witness testimony. So the cases just died.
And indeed, as we can see from the Arkansas Times in an article written by Merrill Leverett, as late as 1989, the grand jury had disbanded the previous summer without issuing the expected indictments. And that was it. No one was ever indicted over the activities at Mena Airport stemming from Barry Seal's operations. It was all swept under the rug and covered up. Even after the murder of Barry Seal, his operations kept going at the airport, as we'll see. Now remember that letter from Polk County Prosecutor Charles Black where I said remember the date? We'll come back to it. And that was August 21st, 1987, about a year and a half after Barry Seal was murdered. And here's a copy of another report from August 1987. And in it, we see the original information dates back to a pilot, Barry Seal, now deceased, who is purported to have flown guns to South America from Mena and drugs back into the United States. The information indicates that Seal was an informant for the DEA at the time, but also working as an operative of the CIA. During the past few years, the activity at the airstrip has aroused the interest of local law enforcement, who then attempted to conduct some investigations, but were blocked by the U.S. Attorney. And that's what Bill Clinton was referring to when he answered Sarah McClendon.
The rest of it was under jurisdiction of the United States attorneys who were appointed successively by previous administrations. We had nothing, zero, to do with it.
And those successive U.S. attorneys were Asa Hutchinson and Michael Fitzhugh. And notice that Asa Hutchinson was the U.S. Attorney from March 1982 to October 1985, which means the whole time he was in office, Barry Seal was operating in his backyard out of Mena. And Asa Hutchinson couldn't land one indictment? And I guess he did such a good job not catching Barry Seal, or any of the roughly 60 people that worked for him, George W. Bush would pick super sleuth Asa to be the head of the DEA in 2001. And of course today, Asa Hutchinson is the governor of Arkansas, which was Bill Clinton's old job when Barry Seal was flying out of Mena, and Asa Hutchinson was the U.S. Attorney in that region. Quite the coincidence how that all played out. And then in yet another coincidence, we find out in 2017, the Sinaloa cartel has set up shop in the middle of Arkansas. That's the cartel run by El Chapo, the guy who keeps escaping from jail. And it makes sense, I suppose. Why have pilots like Barry Seal to deliver to end users when you can set up shop right in the middle of the state? So make what you will of that. All one big coincidence? Seems to me Ace has done a terrible job in the war on drugs. And I can't help but think that if Asa Hutchinson had brought indictments way back in the early 80s like he should have, we might not have seen headlines that said Arkansas raid lands 52 suspected drug traffickers in jail in 2017. We also might not have seen the following. Looking back to August 21st, 1987, at the letter written by Prosecutor Charles Black, he wrote that to then U.S. Attorney Michael Fitzhugh. And as we saw, he knew about the drug activity at Mena Airport and was asking if there was going to be a federal prosecution, because if not, he intended to pursue the matter. So again, that was on August 21st, 1987. And then 2 days later, on August 23rd, 1987, 17-year-old Kevin Ives and 16-year-old Don Henry were murdered after witnessing a drug drop from a plane that originated out of the Mena Airport. Their bodies were placed on the railroad tracks in a failed attempt to cover up the murders. And then, incredibly, the state medical examiner, Fahmy Malak, ruled that they had smoked the equivalent of 20 joints, and they were in a comatose-like state under the psychedelic influences of marijuana and couldn't hear the train bearing down on them, which of course is complete BS. And a second autopsy showed that the boys only smoked an equivalent of 1 joint, and that Kevin's head had been smashed with a blunt object, probably the butt of a rifle, and that Don had been stabbed in the back before their bodies were put onto the train tracks. And while you're waiting for part 2 of this to be made, I recommend you watch my series, Murder on the Tracks, the story of Kevin Ives and Don Henry, as it absolutely plays out like a sequel to this story, and has quite a lot of information about Barry Seal as well. You can find all the videos at our website, idfiles.com, which also has all the documents that you can click on and zoom in and read for yourself. Their story, which picks up about 1.5 years after Barry Seal's murder, continues the trend of murder, drugs, money laundering, cover-ups, and so on, and reached a national interest by the late 1980s, early 1990s. And through it all, Kevin Ives' mother, along with his family, and a prosecutor involved in the case from the 1990s, Gene Duffy, have battled to this day, over 32 years after the murder of the boys, to bring their killers, who everybody knows who they are, to justice. And in that 32-year-long battle for justice for Kevin and Don, all they've gotten from every level of government is frustration, obstruction, and ultimately, a cover-up. And it's a cover-up of massive proportions, to be sure. Anyways, you'll find all these files and so much more in the Murder on the Tracks series. And you'll get a real good look of Arkansas in the 1980s under Bill Clinton's governorship. Like, for example, from the Arkansas Democrat on February 28, 1989, we see that the Arkansas State Police suspect that the airport of Mena is still a hub for illegal arms and drug trafficking. Frustrated investigators told our associate, Jim Lynch, that the full story on Seal could make a mockery of the administration's war on drugs and heap more embarrassment on the government for the Iran-Contra scandal. From March 1st, 1989, state and local police suspect that the Mena airport is still being used by smugglers, but efforts to prove that have been stymied at every turn. Police have been stonewalled by the Department of Justice, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the FBI, and even the Internal Revenue Service. When the heat is on, the suspects fall back on the line that they worked for Barry Seal. They say they worked for the CIA. So like I say, Barry Seal's operations were left intact and running long after his murder. And here's something I found that's rather interesting. Found in the Congressional Record on September 20th, 1996, under the headline of Republican Support Investigation into Origin of Illegal Drug Supply, we see Representative Cunningham saying, a lot of the drugs, about 90% of them, were purported to go out of Mena, Arkansas when President Clinton was governor. Then he goes on to talk about state medical examiner Fahmy Malak and the murders of Kevin and Don. And exactly like we take a deep look into in the Murder on the Tracks series, Representative Cunningham says, since then, 18 people that were going to testify against Governor Clinton, Malak, the judge appointed by then Governor Clinton, and the district attorney, who also canceled the grand jury investigation. 18 people have been murdered. Yes, we look forward to that investigation. So like I say, we look into all of that and so much more in the Murder on the Tracks series. So as you're waiting for part 2 of this to be made, keep in mind, the Murder on the Tracks series is technically the sequel to this storyline. And now I'm going to show you how they're still covering up to this day the operations that happened at Mena so many decades ago. Meet CIA Inspector General Frederick Hitz. Less than 2 months after Representative Cunningham's speech to Congress that we just looked at, CIA Inspector General Hitz released his BS report that Maxine Waters was talking about.
The CIA IG report and the investigation lacks credibility, and its conclusions must be dismissed.
And she's absolutely right. And although we're going to have a deeper look into this in part 2, I'll show you 2 simple reasons how you know this report is complete BS. On August 30th, 2019, Judicial Watch received a response from the CIA over their Freedom of Information Act request on the Inspector General's report, which states, this is a final response for the Central Intelligence Agency Inspector General's report issued in November 1996 relating to a drug-running, money laundering, and intelligence gathering operation involving an airport in Mena, Arkansas. And going to page 2 of the report, under the title Procedures and Resources, here's the first hint of BS right off the bat. The Office of Inspector General's inquiry focused only on allegations of CIA involvement in activities pertaining to MENA and any CIA contacts with certain individuals and organizations of interest to the Banking Committee. No attempt was made to investigate the wide range of allegations, rumors, and innuendo unrelated to CIA that exist regarding MENA and related topics. Furthermore, Office of Inspector General's inquiry was based almost exclusively on information in CIA files or provided by current or former CIA employees. So there you go, the report is worthless. The Inspector General went to the CIA and asked them, "Hey, did you guys deal in any cocaine or do any money laundering in Mina Airport?" And their response was, "Nope." And after everything we've seen here so far pertaining to the CIA, I'm certainly likely not to believe a word in this report, especially knowing that it comes from almost exclusively on information in the CIA files, or provided by current or former CIA employees. Now, another reason to be skeptical about this report and the CIA and Inspector General hits can be seen what they released to Judicial Watch, or rather what they didn't release. He released the original report on November 8, 1996, and was classified to the public ever since, well until August 30th, 2019, as a result of the FOIA request by Judicial Watch. And the report is 73 pages long, plus 2 cover pages, and here they all are. And you can easily notice something right off the bat when you look at all of them. There's quite a lot of them that literally have nothing on them, and that's because they're still being redacted. So we'll just block them right out, as they're useless anyways. And then, if you'll notice out of what's left, there's a bunch of pages that only have like 1 or 2 sentences. And of course those sentences have no use or any value, so we'll block them out too. And look what we're left with. 22 pages out of 75 that actually say something. Well, they say BS really, but something. That's over 60% of it is still redacted. It's still redacted 22 years after the report was written, and over 30 years after the events in question. And that much of the report needs to stay redacted still, decades later? Give me a break. What are they hiding? Well, we know what they're hiding, don't we? And basically Inspector Hitz's report is nothing but a joke. And actually, speaking of jokes, know what that looks like? Well, let's play around, shall we?
Chance for a trip. Need a letter. How about a C? How about that? Pick that up, please. That's a $5,000 Florida trip. $5,900. Now, hang on. That sound means time is running out.
In that case, Pat, I'd like to buy a vowel. I'd like to buy the letter E. Okay, I'd like to buy another vowel. I'd like to buy the letter O.
Are you ready to try it again?
Why, yes, I am, Pat. Thanks for asking. I'd like to buy the letter A. Okay, I'd like to solve the puzzle, please. Clinton knew about cocaine at Mina. Anyways, all joking aside, here's another coincidence. The redactions in Fred Hitz's report mirror that of all the redactions you see in the DEA and FBI documents on Barry Seal. And when you look into the murders of Kevin and Don and the reports from that investigation, we find that they too have hundreds of pages that are fully redacted, or just heavily redacted to the point that they're of no use. Just like Barry Seal's documents, after 3 decades they still refuse to release them. All just a coincidence, right?
So I would hope that that the American public and the press has a chance to go through these 300 to 400 pages with, as few redactions or crossouts as possible.
I'll bet Hillary Clinton doesn't feel the same way about these particular documents. Like the title of the chapter says, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. And though we just saw Hillary, I'm sure you'll agree with me that this song is even more interesting. Because when Barry Seal's favorite plane, the Fat Lady, took off for its final flight on October 5th, 1986, and was subsequently shot down over Nicaragua by the Sandinistas, it gave up some of its secrets at long last, and was the catalyst for exposing Iran-Contra, which is what Barry Seal appeared to be preparing to do before he was murdered. It's almost as though Barry Seal reached out from the grave and gave a big F.U. to the good old boys network. Looking at the Associated Press on October 9th, 1986, so just days after the shootdown, we see that Barry Seal's favorite plane, the Fat Lady, was featured in a March 1984 NBC Sunday night movie starring Morgan Fairchild and Billy D. Williams called Time Bomb. So that was only about 3 months before it played a part in the bogus sting operation in Nicaragua. So much like Barry Seal himself, like the article says, his plane had a colorful past. But technically, it wasn't his plane. Right below we see, in the summer of 1984, Doane swapped a C-123 to Adler Barry Seal. And this is how Barry Seal came into possession of the Fat Lady. He traded planes with a guy named Harry Doane, giving Doane a Merlin 3B in exchange for the C-123 that Barry Seal would nickname the Fat Lady. And we'll come back to that in a minute, but looking right below we see, I talked to Barry and he left me with the impression that it was the same aircraft. Ben Seal, Barry Seal's brother, told the Herald. There wasn't but 1 or 2 C-123s back in that time period that were certified to fly. And don't forget, Barry Seal's brother, Benjamin Seal, was an expert pilot who owned his own aviation business as well. And I find it rather interesting he should say that, for reasons you'll understand shortly. But in tracing the history of the Fat Lady, we can see that it was sold on June 17th, 1983, and the purchaser was a guy named Roy Stafford. And the person who sold the plane to him was a U.S. Air Force Colonel, Richard L. Upstrom, who was the director of the U.S. Air Force Museum. And then we see by August 18th, 1983, the Fat Lady would be officially registered and put back into commission, and it was officially listed under Doane Helicopter Incorporated, signed off by the company's president, Harry Doane. And then, as we saw, in the summer of 1984, Doane swapped the C-123 to Barry Seal. And it was actually on June 10th, 1984, according to the House Crime Subcommittee, that Barry Seal and Harry Doane swapped planes. And that would be the same House Crime Subcommittee that we looked at earlier, that only CBS News covered the proceedings of. And looking at the Arkansas Democrat on December 14th, 1987, we can see that this was the plane that was shot down over Nicaragua with the tail number 540679. And this would be the ultimate fate of the Fat Lady. What you're looking at here is actual footage of the crash site with the Sandinista soldiers going through the wreckage. And if anybody thought their activities and operations were still hidden and secure with the death of Barry Seal, of which I'm sure there were probably a few, 8 months later they would be in for a rude awakening because of Barry Seal's plane. And we do know it's the same plane, because if we go back to the Arkansas Democrat again, they tell us what the official narrative says. Seal flew a C-123K to Mina in mid-1984 and left it there until late June 1985. And that is what happened with this plane. Barry Seal made the trade with Harry Doane on June 10th, 1984, and then he used the plane in the bogus sting operation in Nicaragua. And when that was over, he flew the plane to Mina Airport, and it sat there for a year in plain sight for everybody to see. The C-123 parked at Mina did not have any readily visible identification markings, but that made it of particular interest to an out-of-state aviation buff vacationing in the Mina area June 5th, 1985. Any aircraft that is supposed to be flying has an N number, an identification number on the tail. The man said, however, that he was able to make out the plane's raised, stenciled serial number just below the cockpit window. He said the number, 54-0679, had been painted over. So there you go, the same plane that Barry Seal got from Harry Doane, and then used in the bogus sting operation, is the same one that sat out in the open for everybody to see for a year at Mina, and then was later shot down over Nicaragua, which, as we saw earlier, is something the CIA apparently couldn't figure out in the 1990s. And here's a picture of the Fat Lady as it sat parked at Mina for a year, in plain sight for everybody to see. And you'll notice there's no tail number. And also in the article we see, federal authorities have said the plane was used by Adler Barryman Seal, who who was working with the government to catch drug dealers in a drug sting operation in Florida during summer 1984. And again, you can just see how it's been reinforced over and over again about the sting operation. That we seen was absolutely BS, and it was a propaganda move, much like Bush's propaganda move in his first address from the Oval Office about crack. Anyways, just below that, they say, since SEAL is known to have used only one C-123K in drug operations, it confirms to me that they're just continuing the official narrative. And remember what Barry Seal's brother said. There wasn't but one or two C-123s back in that time period that were certified to fly. And we know Barry Seal was flying one of them to Nicaragua and back, as well as parking it at Mina Airport for a year. But what's better than having possibly one of the only two C-123s that are in operation? Well, having both operational C-123s, of course. That's right, that's another one of the secrets in the room when it comes to Barry Seal. He actually was running two C-123K transports, identical. There's the one he left in Mina Airport out in the open for the public to see for a year. And here's footage of the second one, before it got its camouflage paint job. And it was known to be kept hidden in the hangars, only making night flights, and sometimes being stored down in Louisiana or Florida. And if we look in The Secret Life of Bill Clinton by Ambrose Evan Pritchard, who we saw earlier, he writes about the fat lady. In reality, it is only half the story. Crucial details have been distorted or fabricated to disguise the second operation that SEAL was conducting in utmost secrecy for the White House. What I have discovered is that SEAL had a second C-123K. The serial number was 54674. The serial number of its sister ship, the Fat Lady, was 54679. And we know 54679 is the one that sat outside of the Mina Airport and would eventually get shot down over Nicaragua. And here's a picture of 54674 at the Mina Airport, again before it got its camouflage paint job. And you can clearly see the N number, 674. And to better understand why Barry Seal would want two identical planes, we can have a look at this newscast from 1987.
This is Barry Seal, a highly publicized drug smuggler originally operating out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It was here, at Rich Mountain Aviation, that authorities believed Barry Seal moved his operation. Terry Capehart owned a business at the Mina Airport, and he remembers when he first met Barry Seal in 1981.
Of course, I didn't know who Barry Seal was. I'd never heard of the man. And Freddie introduced me to him.
Capehart then began noticing some alterations to Barry Seal's aircraft that he says are common to drug smugglers.
That I seen myself, Freddie and Dwayne Hill, which was an employee of Rich Mountain Aviation, changed the N number on one of the airplanes so that they were both identical. And then that aircraft made a flight. If they got caught or somebody was on them or turned the N number in, they can just take the tape, yank it off the airplane's set, say, in Florida, Louisiana, wherever. DEA or an agency comes up and asks about it, they'll say, hey, this is not the N number. That airplane's sitting in Mena, Arkansas inside the hangar.
So what he's saying is you take your two identical planes and you leave one parked in the open for everybody to see and don't move it. And that's the decoy. And then with the plane you're going to fly at night that nobody sees, you take the N number and you change it with tape or a magnetic plate that's hooked up to a wire and make the N number the same as the plane that you have on display, or the decoy. So now if you're spotted or you hear radio chatter like Barry Seal would listen in on, all you'd have to do is pull the wire removing the tape or the magnetic plate, and then suddenly your N number is a different plane. And when they call in looking for information on 679, for example, they'll find out that it's been sitting at the Mina Airport for a year and hasn't moved, which leaves the plane you're flying in, N number 674, free to land at whatever airport without hassle, because no one's looking for it. And speaking of whatever airport, Barry Seal had his own private runway in Louisiana. Though it's hard to see, it says owner A.B. Seal, Adler Berryman Seal. He never actually lived in Mena, or Arkansas for that matter, as the movie American Made would have us believe. Instead, he would just fly back and forth to Mena from his own airstrip whenever he wanted. Now we know the fate and what happened to the C-123 that was parked at Mena for a year, that Barry Seal nicknamed the Fat Lady. But what happened to its sister plane, which Barry Seal nicknamed No Problema? Well, it can be found today in Costa Rica, along the west coast, and in the jungles. along Highway 618, as it's now, a restaurant bar. And I'll post the whole story of how that came to be at the end here, but they've done a remarkable job in transporting it and converting it to a bar, as here's what it looked like when they got it in the year 2000. And here's what they went through to transport it to its final destination and become a bar. And you can pause and read these frames for yourself as you go. But from removing the wings to the trip on the barge, it was quite the journey to just get the plane to its final destination. And then once there, the real work would begin. First with the plane having to be rebuilt to make it look like a plane again. Then once looking like a plane again, the next task was to build the bar and restaurant around it. And like I say, they've done a remarkable job. Entering the plane's side door and standing back a few feet looking towards the cockpit, you can easily see how well they've converted this to a bar. And you can grab your beer and go climb up in the pilot seats, though from the looks of it, I'm sure you'd want to be pretty careful. And here's a couple of shots looking towards the back of the plane. And here's looking down the ramp at the back towards the main restaurant, which they built around the plane, which is pretty impressive and we'll see in a minute. But the plane itself especially looks great when it's all lit up at night. Now looking down the back ramp again, we'll have a look at the main building. So as you can see, the place is really nice and has amazing views. And is 2 stories tall. So anyways, here's the full story on how they came to be in possession of the second C-123, if you want to pause and read it. And we see the line in there, with the CIA's help, they, meaning Oliver North and Company, purchased several items including 2 C-123 cargo planes. And they were the planes being used by Barry Seal. And when we look into the Senate report of the Iran-Contra investigations, we see in the expenditures 2 C-123s, and one of them from Doane Helicopter. And I believe it was June 1985 when Barry Seal swapped planes back with Harry Doane, which is probably also when he unloaded the second C-123 as well. It was at this point that he was being a star witness giving testimony, helping to bring down the ministers of the Turks and Caicos Islands, as well as the major case in Nevada. Now check this coincidence out. Remember retired Major General Richard Secord? The one who acted as a courier for the Laotian General Vang Pao?
Did you work with Vang Pao?
Sure, all the time.
What was your relationship?
I was his supplier of air, therefore he stayed in close contact with me.
And here he is giving testimony on May 8th, 1987, during the Iran-Contra hearings.
And what was the approximate total amount of disbursements that you identified from February 1986 on?
Between $5.5 and $6 million.
Can you give us a little bit more detail on the subject of just what kinds of expenditures for the benefit of the Contras were made out of these bank accounts?
The airlift project had 3 components to it. The procurement and the operation of the aircraft, of course. That meant 2 C-123K transport aircraft.
So what a coincidence that Richard Secord would take over the 2 C-123s in February of 1986. I guess he had to wait until he made sure that Barry Seal wasn't going to use them anymore. And we've seen quite a lot of coincidences throughout this story, haven't we? Well, here's another one, from the Spokane Chronicle on February 19th, 1986. We can see that on the same day that Barry Seal was murdered, Reagan asks $100 million for the Contras. President Reagan, dismissing $27 million in U.S. aid to Nicaraguan rebels as mere band-aids and mosquito nets, began to press Congress on Tuesday for $100 million in rebel assistance. So again, like I say, that's quite the coincidence. which seems Barry Seal's life in the official narrative was nothing but that. But of course, I don't believe in the official narrative. So I'm going to sign off for now and say thanks for watching. If you've liked and learned a lot of what you've seen here, I'd recommend hitting subscribe, as there is going to be a part 2. And if you think any parts of this or all of this was shocking or surprising, wait till you see part 2.
My opinion, based on my 15 years of prosecutorial experience, there is no reason or justification why that evidence was never presented to the grand jury. Charges should have been filed, people should have been charged or indicted. There's no question about that.
Very seriously over probably what was a secured phone number, a secured phone. And Barry Seals was in direct contact with Bush.
Let me show you, just call this phone number. So he gives me the phone number, I call the phone number. That's when we talked to Vice President Bush's office.
That
Russell Welch, criminal investigator for the Arkansas State Police.
Did Barry Seal ever say to you, I work for the CIA?
He said he had worked for the CIA.
It is conservatively estimated that at the height of Barry Seal's operation in the mid-'80s, planes were flying into Mina and other locations in the U.S. at the rate of 4 to 5 times a week. The cargo ranged from 300 kilos to 1,500 kilos a flight. And the street value of this deadly daily load would easily be worth $15 to $75 million. Marijuana, cocaine, and heroin were all freely smuggled in.
Now, this landing strip is a curious thing. It exists in an isolated mountain valley in the middle of nowhere when there already is an airport just 11 miles from here. So why was 2,700 feet of runway installed here? Why was this landing strip built? And what was it built for?
There was a piece of paper in my pocket which had a good deal of personal data about Adler Barry Seal. Contract on Barry Seal, and they had me looking actively for Barry Seal.
It's high risk. It's the cost of adventure. But I enjoy it.